feels like
Good evening, everyone. I am calling our December 21st regular board meeting to order. Mr. Treasurer, will you please call the roll?
President Adair,
Present.
Ms. Beckerly,
present.
Mr. Brown,
I'm here.
Mr. Cole,
I am present.
Dr. Pierce, Mr. Ragland,
Here.
Vice President Reyes.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Will you all please stand and join me in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, you have seen our agenda. On tonight's agenda, we have a public comment. We're going to start off with. We have no executive report scheduled from the superintendent, none that we expect from the internal auditor. We have a monthly financial report from our treasurer. We have a few items, quite a few items, in board matters this evening. We have our consent agenda, and then we have no public comments scheduled for non-agenda items, and then we will adjourn. Is there a motion? I'm sorry, is there any additions or is there a motion?
So moved.
I'm confused,
Second.
sorry. Moved and seconded. Any additions to our agenda this evening? Okay, without objection, the agenda is adopted. Okay, actually, we're going to get started with our public comment this evening. We have Tulu McKinday, who is here to speak to the board to thank Board Member Ragland. Would like to give thanks and recognition to Board Member Ragland for his service. You go ahead and join us today at the microphone. You have 4 minutes to address the board. 3 minutes, sorry. 3 minutes. That's something we just changed. I'm so used to saying 4. 3 minutes. You may begin when you're ready.
Good day. My name is Tululokwe McKinday. My company is Mac Engineering Services. We install and manufacture LED lights locally and internationally. We have been blessed to work with the Columbus City Schools since 2015. Since then we've actually retrofitted and put our LED lights in more than 25 schools. We have been maintenance in Columbus City Schools for more than 5 years. We are a LED, which is locally economic advantage enterprise. We actually are independent. We have worked intensively with the school projects that's been successful. I would like to thank the Columbus City School Board for the opportunity and the blessing to work with the school system in improving their lighting system. We have been blessed to be able to have that opportunity to hire people within the community and have the passion, because we have a lot of companies that come and just get the money from the Columbus City School and don't put it back into the community. But we actually have been blessed with the opportunity to hire, especially African Americans in our community. We would like to thank the board for all the opportunities that we currently are having and we have had. We especially like to take special thanks to James Ragland, because we have had several situations where we have been unfairly treated, and James Ragland has come to the opportunity to actually been awesome about stepping in and making sure that we are fairly heard and he's given the actual fair assessment, even though it might not be in the favor of the school, but he gives a fair assessment to make sure that we as a African American company, as a minority company, that we are actually treated right. So we want to thank him because it means a lot, because since that time, we've grown a lot. As we've grown, we've been able to hire more people within the community and been able to grow and do more projects within the school. So it really means a lot, and I want to thank James. I wish the Lord continue to bless you in your future endeavors. And I also want to take the opportunity for the board for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McKinday. Normally we don't have board comment, but I'm going to go ahead and let Board Member Ragland provide a comment back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. And McKinday, thank you for your comments. And more importantly, thank you for your work. You are an example of locally economically disadvantaged enterprises that do excellent work within this district, do work that we can be proud of, top-notch work, and you hire locally. And that is always important. And sometimes there will be some challenges in working with a district of this size or any entity, governmental entity this size. Sometimes things don't always go your way within the construct of that. However, I do feel like not just you, but all of our local businesses deserve an opportunity. And I feel that this board is committed to doing that. Moving forward, I think that you're going to see a lot more of the commitment that we've tried to make here with my presence, included as we move forward as a board. And you've done excellent, outstanding work. I know you've branched off and started working with young people now, which is also a great way to teach young folks about a skilled trade that we've all talked about making sure our young people get access to. And just so kudos to you for not just the work that you've done for us here, but the greater work that you're doing in the broader Columbus community. I wish you all the success in the world, and thank you again for coming down and supporting me today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments today. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go through the rest of our agenda, and I'll just say hello to the superintendent. I know we'll be chatting later in board matters.
Yes, thank you, and hello, everyone.
Hello, and good evening, Internal Auditor Smith. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, President.
Any announcements you'd like to make?
Just wish everybody a happy holiday.
Thank you. To you as well.
Can I just weigh in one thing? I just wanted to acknowledge that Carolyn and her team were ready to give us a presentation today on this first line, second line, which at my request, and then we decided to move it just for the time constraint purposes. So I'm looking forward to hearing that in January, and I wanted to thank you for being flexible, and it's important stuff, and I just...
No problem, thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you for that note. All right, Mr. Treasurer, turning it to you.
Good, thank you, and thank you for not having a report. Can I have her time too? Well, this evening I'm here to present to you the financial report, go over that. For the month of November, the Finance and Appropriations Committee reviewed this last Wednesday, along with several other items on the agenda. The first thing I pointed out to the committee is that we have now incorporated the November 5-year forecast, our latest forecast, into the plan for the year. Heretofore, we had used the May forecast, and there were some significant updates, and they are demonstrated here. The first thing, or primarily what it is the incorporation of the new state funding model, where we fund students where educated and have eliminated the deduction, therefore, on the expense side for charter and vouchers. So I wanted to demonstrate here for the committee the differences in the plan, using the May forecast versus using the November forecast, and you can see here that our plan has dropped by, on state aid, about $187 million. Some minor changes in other revenue sources to increase them about $7 million, and a net drop of close to $180 million in the estimated revenue for the year. On the flip side, on the expenditure side, with the elimination of the budget and plan for charter schools and scholarships, you can see we eliminated $213 million in estimated expenditures out of the plan, some minor increases in other expenditures, and for a net decrease in expenditures of about $211 million. So for the year, compared to using the May forecast, we picked up about $31 million in a forecasted ending balance for the year. Overall highlights for November. Revenues for the month of November were about $1 million, and expenditures were about $13 million over plan for the month. That brought revenues now just below plan, about $5.6 million, just about 1.6% below the plan. And expenditures now are running about $3 million below plan, and that's less than a 1% variance off the plan. So I think this reflects that on a year-to-date basis, that using the November forecast is more in line with what we're actually experiencing. Case balance at the end of September was about 2.6 million under plan at 316 million. In the area of revenues, there was no activity in property taxes this past month, and again, the state aid amount has been adjusted. It reflects our best estimate, as I explained during the presentation on the 5-year forecast. It's our best estimate based upon LSC's estimates that they were using during the state budget talks. The Ohio Department of Education is still in the process of implementing the formula in their programming, so they'll get that out to us and first present reports to us probably in January. So right now it's still a guesstimate. We think we should be on target, but we'll know more in January when they get that all plugged in. All other revenues net about 3.4 million above plan, and you can see that that resides primarily in other revenues, and that's in the area of about $1.5 million in pilots that are running ahead of plan. We continue to take kind of a quarterly look at things. Nothing really new here to point out, but as you can see, the monthly variances we saw at the beginning of the year have smoothed themselves out, so that quarterly look is pretty much on target. And then when we get to December, we'll see how that works out, but I am tracking that on a monthly basis. On the expenditure side, again, year-to-date about $3 million below plan. You'll see here I've still included, at least in the chart for comparison purposes, that there's absolutely no activity in the charter and voucher area. Personnel, year-to-date's about $9.4 million under plan. This month, we were $8 million over plan, and that was because we made a $7 million recoding adjustment when we moved some expenditures out of the Student Wellness and Success Fund back to the general fund. During the budget talks, we weren't sure how that was going to work out. Heretofore, it was all recorded in a separate fund, but they've come back and said, nope, we're going to push that money into the state funding formula, and you can now have to move those expenditures back to the general fund. So we had about 3 to 4 months worth of personnel expenditures that we needed to move back to the general fund. So absent that, on the month, we were within about $600,000. That's really good. The important thing is year to date, we're at 9.4 million under plan, and that brought us much closer on plan than we were before, again, utilizing the numbers we have in the November 5-year forecast. All other expenditures net to about 6.4 million above plan. You can see here the breakdown. Over in other uses, that variance, 3.5 million of that is a transfer out, which was it's a singular transfer out. It was spread over several months in the plan, so that will work itself out a little bit over time. But all in all, just 6.4 million above plan in net for all of them. I'm watching the quarterly behavior again in expenditures. You can see that again, not much variance. So I don't know how my quarterly analysis will play out, but we may get to a point where we were talking about this internally just the other day, that maybe the finance committee looks at it monthly and quarterly the board hears, so that you see that summation as it comes along. So I know you'll miss me doing these reports, but we may have a recommendation at some point that we go quarterly to the board, but still monthly with the finance committee. So given all of that, I think it's really good that we're using the November forecast. It looks like year to date that's very representative of where we're headed, and we'll continue to report out, and that will tell us how we're doing against that 5-year forecast, and if we see anything dramatic that happens that will be noteworthy and require some action on our part. The committee also reviewed an appropriation adjustment, some budgetary changes that are on the board agenda tonight. We took a look at my intranet site, which is, we think, really cool, if I could say that. But it's an intranet site, so it's for use internally, listing some documents and answering questions and contact points and things like that, posting some articles and some important information so staff can go there and find that quickly and not have to. Not that we don't want folks to call, but if they can go to the intranet site and get the answers to their questions, that's a little bit more efficient. Last but certainly not least, we began the first of what will likely be several discussions on operating levy planning. And this past meeting, my intention was to present the underlying data so that the committee could get a feel for that data, could become comfortable with what it looked like historically, what the forecast was using, and then how I projected it out for another 5 years. So we're looking at the time period from fiscal year 17 all the way out to fiscal year 31. And that meeting, again, my presentation was intended to make the committee feel comfortable with that data, understand the underlying assumptions, see what the data was doing, why I chose one forecasting rate over another, know which lines are conservative, which ones might not be so conservative, but again, just be comfortable with that construct so that once we have that model, once we have that base, then in January we'll be able to work with a live model and do some what-if analyses. I left the committee with a handful of critical questions to contemplate between now and January and get back to me on setting that groundwork for how we're going to do that live interactive modeling. We don't want it to be a unlimited number of options, but I think with answering some of those critical questions, we'll set the key parameters on how we want to look at that modeling. And over this past weekend, I shared that with all of you, and you can go back and watch me in action at the meeting if you like, because I sent you the link to the video. And so I'm really excited about how that went. Got some good questions, and we're on our way to a real fulsome discussion about looking long-term at a very high level of where we think these trends are taking us financially, and how, if and when, how do we react to that? What do we need to do to set the stage financially to support? I heard a lot about Board Member Ragland, that's all about the kids. From this perspective, that's all about programming. How do we provide the financial basis to support the academic program going forward? So that's it for the monthly report and an update from the FAC, unless Chair Cole has anything he'd like to add. Thank you.
Chair Cole?
Thank you, Madam President. Just very briefly, you surmised pretty much everything quite accurately, and I think the only thing I want to add to it is the preparation conversation about operating levy really kind of evolved, not just around that 3,000-foot space, but even that thou shalt not do space. So the idea of developing a set of guardrails, a set of guiding principles by which we'll look at this, not only now, but even possibly in the future, and build upon that. So if you guys, again, have that opportunity to review the documents that were sent this weekend, I really recommend that as we move forward this piece, you provide me as much feedback as well as Treasurer Pahoric as possible on what do you see as those guardrail, guiding principle, thou shalt not do kind of objectives. Thank you.
Any questions for the treasurer? All right, thank you. And I would, again, it's been said, I'll say it 3 times because sometimes it takes 3 times. Please review the materials the treasurer has sent. It is really important. We have lots of big things going on in the next year. And so please take a look at the video and the materials. All right, thank you, treasurer.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and move into board matters. Item 7.1 is the first reading of amendment to Board Policy 2421, Career Tech Education Program. Board Member Brown, Chair of the Policy Committee.
Thank you very much. We've got this one policy only to present tonight. However, it's important, and it's important that we move this quickly. This is about career technical education. There are some legal requirements that we need to be fully in compliance with, and by adopting this, there aren't substantive changes here, but it is something that we need to do, and I would suggest that we waive second reading if everybody is okay with that, and just adopt it tonight. You'll notice at the end of the policy, there are some options with respect to some language. This language is directly from Policy 2260 and 2260.01 that relates to this. And as you can see in the final paragraph, we could either insert the language directly into this or simply state access to CTE programming is available to all students as outlined in the two policies that are referenced. I recommend that we go with the second alternative and simply reference those things. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or to hear a motion. Well, I guess I can.
Okay,
Move.
so do you want to do questions, or do you,
Oh,
are you, do you want to?
Let's do questions first, I guess.
So it seems that Dr. Pierce has a question.
Oh,
No, I don't have a question.
Oh, you do not, okay. Does anyone have a question? I have a question. In it lists the programs like out in a list. Is that required, or could this be something that is a little bit more flexible to time and space needs? I mean, do all of these need to be listed? I see that we've taken some off, some are crossed off. We've added agriculture. You know, obviously we want to be responsive to the current needs of the market. I just didn't know if it was required to list them all out, or if we could say something more general and then have administration put it in a policy that's more easily adaptable to the current needs of what our students need per strategic planning, or if it's required to be laid out like this.
well, I can answer part of that. We did work on those language, that list of career fields. And I know that it was, that it now better conforms to what we actually offer. And some of these simply aren't offered any longer, or and are likely never to come back. And there are some expansions on some. They're fairly broad and cover pretty much all of the things that we are doing and contemplate doing. And obviously, if the need is for an addition or a deletion, we can always do that as a matter of policy. Beyond that, I don't specifically recall whether they are legal requirements. If either
Dr. Lee.
Mr. Barnes or Dr. Lee.
If I could just add, I think Dr. Lee answered this question during the committee in a very thorough way in ensuring that we understood that these fields align with the state fields now. So we are more in alignment with other career tech programs throughout the state in identifying the specific areas that our students can partake in.
Correct. And if we don't pass it, we're out of compliance
Correct.
for ODE. So it's ODE's list, even though
Yes.
we may be doing
Okay,
more.
so we have to have the list, is basically what you're saying. Okay, then that answers my question.
And it is, timing is important because it's a requirement.
Ramona.
So on that same thing, so why is cosmetology taken out?
This is ODE. I don't know why ODE's list always taken out in ODE's list. We have, I can get, oh, there he is, Kenny.
Yes.
Question, Board Member Reyes. Cosmetology is actually not, it's taken out of the list, but it's included. This is an ODE list, so cosmetology is actually a subgroup of, I believe, the hospitality section. So even though it's removed from the 2015 version, ODE has included cosmetology. And you know we still offer cosmetology at Downtown High School, so it's just kind of a cleaning up of the different categories. So we still offer cosmetology.
So this is ODE's list. We offer something right now, or plan to offer career tech in all of these spaces.
Not correct. This list is from ODE. This is the list of what we currently offer. Like Board Member Brown mentioned, there's opportunities for expansion within some of these areas, and also opportunities through partnerships to explore some of the areas that we do not currently offer.
And if I could point out on that point, this is a list of career fields. not a list of the specific courses or programs.
Right.
So programs we offer will fit within these career fields, and this pretty well covers the field.
Okay, thank you. Wanna do-
Well, in that event, I would move that we adopt policy 2421 on career technical education program, and that we waive the second reading and vote on this policy and adopt it tonight.
Second.
You have to waive,
Well, I
you have to
think
do it the other way.
The other
You have to
way.
waive the second reading first.
Yes.
We got to waive second reading, vote on that, and then we adopt it.
So I'll motion to waive the second reading.
Second.
Second.
Any questions or comments on waiving second reading? Please call the roll.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Now I will move for adoption of the policy as stated.
Is there a second?
Second.
Questions, comments?
My question is adoption of the policy with the second concept or adoption of the policy with the first concept?
Well, I recommended the second,
Second.
and I think that there's a lot of nods.
So I just think
move
for,
it with the,
With the move.
just for clarity's
Move the
purposes.
Friendly
language.
amendment to
Include
the
the language.
motion.
the language that we are including says, access to CTE programming is available to all students as outlined in policies 2260 and 2260.01, period. And the other language after the Neola copyright down to that is not part of the motion and not to be adopted.
Does everyone understand? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and call the roll.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. Yeah, we don't want to be out of compliance with ODE. So, here we go. All right. 7.2, resolution to reemploy internal auditor. You have seen the resolution. Read it. Is there a motion to approve?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you, internal auditor. We look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you. All right, item 7.3. This is a first reading of resolution to adopt Columbus City Schools interim guardrails for the district. I'm just going to open the floor to discussion on this one, and I will actually have Board Member Beckerly, since she is kind of our guru in this field, because she's working with AJ, to kind of start the conversation.
Okay. I think that we should probably be prepared to talk about one of these at a time. I'm afraid we can try to get more done, but this is really important stuff, and the devil will be in the details.
And I would like to offer, thank you, Board Member Beckerly, that we can do discussion, and we know we want to do maybe a first discussion, first reading,
Right.
and then set up a separate board meeting, a special board meeting that we can
Oh, I love
dive,
that
do a
idea.
deeper dive and have really more time, because these are, we know the guardrails are adult behaviors,
Right.
and we need to make sure that we have the right measures and the right language.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that we can just get some feedback, and so that we can have a consideration at the special meeting. And I believe we have a date. We don't have it. Okay, we were trying to get that date with AJ. AJ was sending us some tentative date, either the first week back or the second week back, so we can get this done quickly.
I'm wondering, could we have them pull up the guardrails, the proposed guardrails, so we can have them in front of us?
Yes.
So I had on the first guardrail, part of it is making sure we understand. There we go. Funding intervention. Thank you for making it bigger. So schools will increase from 0% of begun implementation. Now, so MTSS, I think we all agree or we understand that that's a really powerful tool. What I don't know that we understand, and it probably wouldn't take all that long, but it would be good to understand, what does begun implementation mean? Because it sounds like that's a term of art. So I think, because we have it going from 0 is the baseline, and 100% by 2026. So, should we expect to be at a begun implementation sooner than that? And why, so if we're, because, we have to decide whether these are the, the right amount of, the SMART goals. It has to be attainable, but it also has to require changes in adult behavior. And so we have to find that balance. And so the only way the board needs to be satisfied that we found that balance, we have to understand what we're measuring. So, I guess the first question is, what does begun implementation actually mean? And I don't know if we're going to have a separate board meeting. Do we want to just talk top level about this stuff? So, I guess maybe it's as an example, that would be like the sort of thing that I think we need to explore more deeply.
And then we will too, just like we did with the goals, we'll have those leaders
right
here to kind of talk to, so we can really get a deep dive in making sure, as I said, we have the right language. So you're right, understanding what those begun implementation means, and
right.
For us, it says, have the schools established those norms and expectations and all that. But if we need clarity on that, and it needs to be in writing, then we need to make sure that.
Or even, maybe it just could be a reference, because if it's defined somewhere in the MTSS materials, but just those sorts of things that I think we as the board really need to make sure we're comfortable knowing what it is we're asking.
Okay.
And then the other, and another example just in this particular guardrail is tiered fidelity inventory score. I kind of have an idea of what that is, but I think that, we need to understand in that kind of detail.
Thank you. Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, begun, specifically when it involves us in the conversation, to me, begun means that we've approved something that once upon approval, it immediately is to begin. It immediately is to be implemented. I'd like to know from my colleagues, is that an accurate interpretation? Is that and if so, is that an expectation on our part that this is how we would look at begin or begun?
Well, and so my question was, begun implementation is in caps, and I had a feeling that that's defined within the MTSS world, and I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if Kira does, but I think, you know what I mean? Do you have to have a certain things in place in order to achieve begun status? Getting a nod.
We've been using MTSS for the last 6 years easy. Maybe a little longer than that, but assuredly the last 6 years. I guess I'm just lost. If we approved it, if we said this is what it is, implementation is an expectation at that moment, at that point in time. Otherwise, we leave that to further interpretation and confusion, and then we're not doing anything.
Right.
It puts us in a position of sitting on our hands,
right,
as opposed to putting something that was already approved into action.
So is it it says scale, begun implementation scale. It's an actual scale? Yes, okay. So again, I think it's just when there's something super technical, clearly
right.
We don't live in this world every day. It could help us to see the scale or understand how some of these terms are defined, or just we have the book, so just you can point us to the book too.
Right.
Wherever the reference is.
Right. Okay.
That would be helpful.
And then because
it goes back to your point, Board Member Cole, and to yours. Have we is it socialized in every school when we think about MTSS? have we began in each, to socialize it? Do people know how to meet students' needs on that, when you think about that pyramid, right? And that's what it means. But again, we need to make sure we have clarity and some understanding about what that is and how.
Well, and I think it's really important because to take Michael's point, if we've been doing this for 6 years, we should be at 100% long before 2026. And I think part of what we're finding out is that we haven't really been doing it for, and so now, as a board, this is where this work is exciting, because we're changing from, yes, we're doing MTSS, but we're not really monitoring it and measuring it, and we're not like dead serious about it. And that's where the culture changes.
Yep.
And so now we're saying we're not just going to say we're doing it, and we're not going to be doing it spotty. We're managing the heck out of it.
Exactly.
And that's, good and bad. But to only be fair, we have to really make clear we're defining what that is. And both in terms of fairness to our setting of outcomes and expecting outcomes, but also fairness in terms of, maybe not fairness, but making sure the board understands why only reaching 100% in 2026 is reasonable. Because begun implementation is a much more detailed, in-depth thing than you would think, just by the term.
Thank you, Madam President. So I know that we have leveraged multiple platforms for social emotional, for discipline. That MTSS piece is specifically on the discipline side, as I understand it, but also still the social emotional as well, because it has different levels of interaction there for that. But we've also adopted restorative practices, and there's an informed trauma care as well. So because we're operating with 3 different kind of paradigms, so to speak, first of all, is that the challenge to the 100% piece? Is that the barrier or the obstacle?
Yeah.
With that in mind, that we are offering 3 different social emotional platforms, is the challenge further in terms of on a school for school basis that maybe certain schools, maybe certain buildings are more comfortable, have utilized more practically one over the other, if I'm making any sense.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I think if you remember that that blue booklet that a couple years ago we were showing. So I think to kind of demonstrated this is the model we have to focus on. And then I think we learned too that we saw that there were many schools that were not implementing restorative practices. Some were doing trauma informed. So we didn't have a really coordinated system about who's doing what. So every kid, it goes back to that access, and that training piece. So this allows us to kind of get on equal footing, right? Everyone needs that training. Everyone needs to be focused on not only the academics, but also the social emotional. And then what is that strategy, and how do we ensure that all staff members classified and certified? We heard the board clearly say we wanted everyone to have training and trauma informed and restorative practices. So this allows us to level set for all of our employees, and so that we, regardless where students go throughout the district, they understand and that they are going to be taken care of socially and academically. So I think that's what the baseline for this conversation. So when we talk about begun, some of this work has already started, but I agree, we have to level set and clarify that. So.
Okay, so just as a point of clarification, what you're saying is that we'll continue all 3 paradigms.
Yes.
But we're going to make specific focus on ensuring the MTSS piece is more broadly trained upon and folks are more broadly utilizing that. So out of the 3, we're looking specifically, we're targeting this one specifically to.
Right. So the MTSS, right, this is an umbrella.
Gotcha.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Understand.
There you go.
So if we've begun implementation on MTSS, that means we've begun trauma-informed, we've begun restorative justice, we've begun my soapbox, we've begun foundations.
Yes.
So it's both academic and social emotional.
Right.
so that, and
Right.
that's why, that makes sense now, because that just makes sense to me why that's under fund,
Right.
because that's the
Because you
umbrella for
stated
every
that- And I think the
intervention.
board member Cole, you remember you said,
Perfect.
we've been ever see that we did not put enough money, allocate the resources that you need to make sure that everyone is receiving the training they need in these. So that's where that comes from,
Gotcha.
right?
So hypothetically, were you gonna say something? I didn't want to interrupt.
No, ma'am.
Hypothetically, if our whole child team comes up with a model that says, in order to get an elementary school fully operational with restorative justice practices, it requires 3 years of a social worker assigned permanently to that, or full-time to that building, this much training, this much onboarding for new staff, and it's X million.
Yep.
You turn to us and say, okay, and so maybe, and it cost 1 million in the first year.
Yes.
So you've got begun implementation on restorative practices, and you're like, all right, I need 1 million for all these buildings because they're not up and
Scale
running.
it, right.
And then the same token, if it were foundations, which we've already paid for, I need, X million to get foundations. So that's how it works? Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
that's exciting.
Because that's a guardrail. You're saying it cannot go under.
Right.
And you're like, that's a non-negotiable, superintendent.
There's this give and take.
This is a non-negotiable. We may not do some other things, but we are going to do this, and we're going to measure it, and we're going to come back, and we're going to ask you about it. So that's exactly right.
And so I guess, I'm sorry.
Dr. Pierce
Tina
has,
had her.
yeah, Dr. Pierce has questions.
Get us excited.
Yes, so if we keep with the first guardrail, let me just say in general, I think it may be helpful to clarify where school goals align with district goals in terms of our guardrails. I think when we look at some of our instruments to measure, so we've talked about 3 platforms, and I'm unclear on what the third platform is, but if we have the MTSS as one and our TFI as another, what's the third platform we're using?
I think we were talking about restorative justice, trauma-informed practice, and social emotional learning. Those were the 3.
So I think we need to be clear. It would be helpful for me to be clear on what's a platform and a program. A platform is the MTSS and the TIF. Restorative justice is a program that supports
Correct.
one of those platforms that we have. So if your guardrails could clarify and be impeccable with words and language again, I think that would be very helpful in this process.
I think MTSS is the structure that through which we implement the program.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said it
Same
the other
thing.
way. I thought you said it the other way. I'm sorry. Okay, then I agree.
Okay. So I think that would be helpful. Which strikes me then, I think as we move through and beyond just this first guardrail, when we look at guardrails 2, 3, and 4, is it's very staff administrative focused. It would be helpful to know when we look at supportive relationship responses from our Panorama SEL survey will increase from 80% in April of 2021 to 85% in April of 2026. Given the amount of money that we're spending on social emotional learning right now, I would expect to see that increase a lot sooner than 2026. So for me, what it becomes down, or what it boils down to, if we have this whole child focus, what does that look like for our teachers? What does that look like for our staff beyond this survey, right? Right now, these goals are very centered on Panorama and our TFI. And it hasn't been unpacked as to what are the specific questions that we're focusing on. You know, one year you could bring us responses to question 5. The next year you could bring us responses to question 7 and we wouldn't have a clue, but we would just see percentages. So I want to know the specific questions that are serving as the measures and indicators for each one of these items that you're pulling from each one of these platforms. Moreover, we've invested a lot of time and resources in the portrait of a graduate and community conversations, and in none of these do I see, for example, that our engagement with community partners will increase from 20% to 50%, right? Pulling from our community partnership database. Like, how are we beginning to innovate in that type of way to include those elements in our guardrail? And that's important because when you look at, in essence, what the definition of a whole child focus is, and I'm pulling this up from ASCD, who, you know, is the 4 leader in the whole child tenets, that we're providing healthy schools, that we're actively engaging students in learning, that we're challenging them academically, and that we're supporting them with qualified, caring adults. It seems to me that with our guardrails, we've not incorporated the engaged, the challenged, and the healthy. We're very focused on supported and safe. So it would be helpful if there was some balance in those measures as well.
The balance in the guardrails that the board has set, or the balance
The
in
interim
the interim
progress measures.
progress measures, yeah.
Right?
So,
Because when
yeah.
I look at this overall, prioritize a whole child focus, what I saw as an educator is we're going to have teachers incorporating family history and neighborhood history into assignments. And, you know, I saw opportunities for family members to come into the classroom and engage. But then when I look at the goal and guardrail, I see job embedded professional development, supportive relationship responses, our TFI score going up, right? So as I was having the conversation with my colleagues about guardrails, I saw something different than what's being presented in the interim progress measures. Does that make sense?
Correct. So I think that's part of us going through this work, right? That we stated from the beginning, all of this work is new for all of us. And when the board set the guardrails, and then we came up with, what do we think that we can answer that? How are we measuring what the board say that they wanted? So I think it gives us the opportunity to go back and do some tweaking. So it's not that these are things that we're trying to do in opposition of what the board want or what we think that the board may want to look at, but this is work that we have to do together. And I think that's why I decided that having a separate conversation to make sure that we have the tools to measure and provide some data on how we are gathering information about the guardrails. If these are the things that the board wants to protect, then how do I know that we are protecting those things? And what data can I bring back to you that says these things are, these behaviors, the things that adults doing, we're going to make sure that they lead to positive student outcomes. So, and making sure that we have the right measures. So having a conversation about what that looks like with our team, we'd welcome, because we want to get this right, you know, and we don't want to present something that is not going to lead to positive outcomes. But I would say when we think about a multi-tiered system of support, or we have, you know, part of this work, I think is, have to make sure we're mentioning, is changing the culture. And that's the piece that is difficult, I think, and I have to remind the, you know, people that this is the work that's hard because it's a churn, right? We are moving to a culture where all students are front and center, and all of our practices would ensure that we're getting to different outcomes for our students. with that being said, we have a lot of work to do with making sure that we change this entire organization, our practices, our finances, everything we do to make sure that we are talking about it, we're monitoring it, and we're doing it. And so, your points are well taken, all of you. And I just want to know that's a culture shift and getting people on board. And yes, we would love to see some bigger numbers, bigger percentages. I know we're going to get there. I know, to your point, some buildings are already there, right? You can, there's some buildings that are clearly, have supports in place, and we're trying to get away from it. Can't be something that one building wants to do when they love. Our students deserve, wherever they go, to go into environments that are centered around their needs and have the experts in their buildings who are concerned about them being successful. So training is not a maybe I'll get trained in restorative practices. Maybe I'll be trained in trauma-informed care. No, MTSS is important, and this is why, and this is what we're going to make sure happens so that we get to those results. So if it's more, how do we make sure that the community knows? That's the training. We had talked about at one of our meetings that, and I use restorative practices as an example, that it's just not our staff members being trained, that can lead to community members being trained. We talked about in a meeting last week, we gathered some community partners together, and we said that Columbus City Schools can provide the training for restorative practices, and we bring our partners in that training with us so that students, regardless of your aftercare program, your weekend program, the strategies are the same, and we can partner in that way. So if that's some language that maybe we need to put there somehow, and when we have those conversations, the community conversations with the board, maybe we can figure out where, how to insert that.
So I appreciate the response, and so I think that's what I'm getting at, is right now these guardrails are very much focused on Panorama and TFI. It would be great to see you all utilize the resources that we have. So even right now, as you talk about partnerships, and we have the partnership database, that's missing from all of this. You haven't used that as an indicator on any of these guardrails. So I look forward to seeing that information included. I think too, when we get to the culturally responsive staff, I'm struck by 4.1, why we would just be at 60%. If we are from 2021 to 2023 saying that we're going to increase from 0 to 100 with the staff with access to curated professional development, why aren't we requiring them to take that survey indicator as soon as they get out of that curated development? That's a win-win for us right there, and we're already at 100. So the other thing that I would like to see is that the narrative comes together, because right now it seems disjointed, that we would be at 60% for this one indicator, but 100% for another indicator sooner than we're going to get to the 60% for the one indicator, when they both align and speak to one another, right? So make it make sense, make it come together to really create a narrative to show that because equity was so important, we're ensuring that we have a culturally responsive staff, and that it speaks and aligns well. Does that?
Yeah, and we have that. I think that once we have our next special session where we're kind of talking about where we are and why we are where we are, and how we're going to move forward specifically by those goal leaders, I think you would have a better understanding of why these are here, the percentages that we have now, and then we just speak to it more in that special meeting when we have the team here. But I agree that getting some more information, giving an understanding of where we are and where we need to move, and why we believe that these percentages are right, or if we need to accelerate those. Again, the goal is to make sure that we have the right percentages And then we have, you know, I don't want to put these percentages out here that we can meet and we don't have the framework or the structure to get it done. Because then we've talked about something and it's not socialized in the organization. But when we're talking about curated professional development, we are taking our time to sift and plan and purposefully put meaningful professional development together and making sure people have access. But it's not easy in an organization to say that, okay, everybody lined up, you must take this this PD, right? So, you know, there are some other conversations that we have to have to make sure that, you know, if we're going to do that PD online, is it going to be mandatory? Are there some agreements that we have to work through to make sure certain professional development is part of the Columbus City Schools way, and that is so important, that is a part of the onboarding for Columbus City Schools. So, but I think the journey of getting to where this should be is going to just allow us to keep having these conversations to make sure that we get it right. So I'm looking forward. I mean, I just think that we keep, you know, put your questions, send them to me in writing, so that we can get to our teams and we can have these discussions and be ready for our presentation in January. We also, with that, we're going to, you know, any questions you have, we submit those answers to you in writing. We'll get that narrative together. We'll put a PowerPoint presentation together, so that when we have that meeting, do we have time to really dig deep, maybe pull up some data, and whatever else that you need, so that we have a better understanding of how we came to these interim guardrails.
So prior to submitting those questions, we need additional information.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have a copy of the Equity and Inclusion Diagnostic Survey instrument? Like, can we have copies of all of these elements that have been listed in there?
Just kind of send me an email and copy Misty of all the information that you need, and we'll just make sure that we have that for that special meeting.
Now, that should come to us before the special
Correct.
meeting, because
Prior
that
to-
informs the questions that we're going to have.
Correct.
Okay.
I said send those to Misty, and make sure you have all that information prior to a special meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so another piece of homework. Board Member Brown, a question on this?
Yeah, I just want to comment very briefly. I like this process very much. Both the process of our engagement in talking about putting this together, and more important, the targeting of specific things that need to be focused on. So I think that's great. I've been through a few different processes over more than 20 years, and I really believe this is a good one for us in this time. Secondly, just to make sure that I'm properly understanding things, which is always iffy, but as I look at these, and we're talking about some of the additions or clarifications that might go into this, I don't envision this as being all-encompassing of what we're doing.
Right.
This is not a list or a document that somebody can say, oh, it's not in there, I don't have to do this.
Right. Right.
And I think we need to make sure that's clear. These are the things we're going to focus on that are important to us, and we've said so. And these are the ways we're going to measure these things, and therefore we expect lots of good attention to this. But there will obviously be lots of other things that teachers and staff and administrators all need to pay close attention to. And
Agreed. Yep.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so we have some homework, board. Read through this, and I just want to kind of echo what Board Member Brown said. Remember, as the board, we are really monitoring the outcomes of this. It is the superintendent administration's job to do implementation.
Yep.
And again, just because it's not here doesn't mean it's not happening or important. This stuff is really hard, and this is brand new. And if we don't build the foundation of this properly,
Right.
then it's all going to crumble. And so sometimes it does feel like we're starting small or slow, but we have to, or else it's not going to work, because the shift in culture is the biggest thing. And if we can't get that, then we aren't going to get any of it. And so that really does take a lot of strategic time, effort, and resources. And we need to make sure we allow ourselves to do that. And then we can, and remember, these things are also not, they're on the paper, but they're not set in stone forever and ever and ever.
Right.
We can come back in certain time periods and adjust so that we can make sure we are doing the right thing in the right moment to continue to advance the work.
Yeah.
So we are going, I love that we want to keep talking about this, but that's why we're going to have a special meeting. So
Okay.
we're going to have a special meeting in
If I
January.
could
We're going to
just
get
make one quick
dates from
comment.
AJ.
I
I know you guys, but
Madam President, thank you, because I don't want to belabor it either. But as we discuss this, because I think all the things that were mentioned are super important, I think for me, what would be helpful is if we had an idea of what those barriers to change are. So I appreciate the fact that you incorporated culture as one of those factors that have to be considered in how we implement and how we then expect, within a time-bound kind of concept, a particular outcome. I appreciate that. I think it's important for us to move forward when we do this special meeting to know where those touch points, and they'll be ongoing. It's not an excuse.
Right.
It is not an excuse. What it is an opportunity to have us then understand that space so that we can design or assist you in designing resolution for
Right.
that.
Thank you. I thank you for that, because I just recalled in a former setting when we were doing this same work, what we pushed for. We worked in concert with our union leaders, and we had equity training as part of the negotiating agreement. So it was so serious that we were able to say the employees that came to that school district had to have, here are the modules, the choices. Now, was there some give and take? Yes, because it started with any new staff from that period, right? So, but that was, we bought in, we believed it was the right thing to do. So, employees from that moved on, and then other employees had an option. Here's some professional development opportunities, you have the options, but so some of that. So, one of the, not barriers, obstacles for us to work through, maybe, man, how do we get this solid in writing? And that makes sure that we get this training. So, to your point, so I think outlining those as, here are some obstacles we have to work through, not excuses to not get it done, but together as an organization, we said these things are so important to all of us that here's what we need to do in the language to make sure that we are laser focused on these things while we're still working and doing other things in the organization. I think lifting those, to your point, shows we are serious about protecting these things as an organization, and we want to make sure we get over the obstacles to make sure we focus on it.
I think your flashback reference point too is going to be that PDK audit.
Yes.
Somebody else agreed. I think that's one of those spaces that you go back to
Yes.
and identify what those hills to die on, so to speak, are.
Yeah. Thank
That was my theme music too. Doc.
okay.
That was my theme music.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Beckerly's mad at me, but I know she could talk about this forever. Do you have
right,
anything
just
that's,
one
like,
sentence.
super, okay.
One sentence.
One second.
Okay, one sentence.
Run out.
Our task is to pick or agree upon or identify and be comfortable with measures that will ensure that all of the good programming has to happen in order for them to be achieved, so that you can't get to 80% of a sense of wellness or belonging without all of the good programming happening. And so that's where we have to understand what these measures are to see if they're really going to get us there. I'm done.
What a long run-on.
Let's run on.
Run-on. It was a run-on. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. And we will schedule that special meeting in January. So as
Very
soon as
glad
we
about
get some dates, we will
Yes.
circulate those to the board members to make sure you're available. And again, homework. Go through that. If there are terms you need, if there are things you need to prep to make questions, make sure you get that through Misty to the superintendent. Okay.
Yeah. With respect to scheduling, I just wanted to remind folks, I will be out the first 2 weeks of January. Certainly, you're all welcome to proceed without me on this, but I wanted to.
We'll try really
Actually,
hard not to
No, I'll be
without
around
you.
the first week, but this, yeah.
Misty will write that down so we remember.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Item 7.4, resolution to adopt the Columbus City School Board monitoring calendar. So we have that in board docs. We did make some updates to it this afternoon. It outlines by month when we are then going to start monitoring. So it has it in different categories. The student outcome goals, those are the interim goals that we are talking about right now. We're just talking about. Also guardrails. We have our leadership evaluation, so our direct reports. There's it's just incorporated into this calendar. You guys have actually seen the calendar before. We have various trainings that we do now as a board, and then we have our board self-evaluations and community training. So you will see that that is what is outlined on the calendars, and it goes from next year, 2022 January through 2024. So that is what has been presented. We need to adopt that, so we'll first do a motion second, and then if you have questions, we will talk about it. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Second.
Any questions or comments? Board Member Beckerly.
I just want to point out, well, first of all, I think it's good. I think the purpose of this, the purpose of this calendar is to keep us all in line. Also, to demonstrate that our goal is to get to a point, under the SOFG model, is to get to a point where we are spending at least 50% of our time monitoring goals. And in theory, getting us out of the micromanagement business. And so we're just focusing on the goals and making sure. So it has to be heavy with goals on that far left column. And then what I want to just point out to everyone, because it might not be as obvious unless you were really immersed in this whole student outcomes focused governance world, is that every quarter we're going to be evaluating ourselves. And we're measuring literally how much time we spent, whether we spent 50% of the time. And we're also going to be looking at, how else did we spend our time? And so it's how we hold each other accountable. And it's important not only so that we have a structure and a discipline of holding ourselves accountable, there's also the parallel processing piece. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk about, because it gets back to culture. Because what we're doing is showing the entire community that we are dead serious about reaching these outcomes. And we're so serious that we're checking ourselves every 4 months or 3 months to make sure we're on track. And we're going to try to adjust if we're not. And, and so we should be to some extent self-policing, because we're not going to do it at first, because we're going to be wanting to ask about this program and, our old habits. So anyway, that was my point, because I think that's really important.
We talked about making sure that we are changing, Misty and I, just talking about the way we give our weekly reports. So in January, you're going to see a change in that. With more information on the other programs and the PDK audit and all those other things that we won't be discussing during a monitoring conversation, but making sure that you have those documents and you know what's happening in the district under those priorities. So, all the priorities will be listed, and what's happening in district every week. There'll be some highlights. So to your point, so the board still knows what's happening in the district, what's happening on the grounds, but we are spending that board meeting, that monitoring session, coming, digging, having the conversations, having a conversation about the data that I will be providing for you guys.
And not necessarily talking about all those other things. We're just informed of them.
Correct. Great.
Madam President, I just have a quick question. I have a quick question for us. Is this something that we should include into our master calendar? The reason being is that at the time that I became a board member, we kind of transitioned to it. We very deliberately transitioned to a different governance model that kind of threw our calendar off, and we were in this space of not really being able to reconcile a calendar for the board in the way we've just done now to a master calendar. Does it make sense for us to incorporate this piece that we're going to approve then into our master calendar so that we're aware, we're mindful of all dates?
Yes.
And how those dates thus align with other activities so we don't overstress the administration, so on and so forth. That makes sense, or does it even matter to any of you?
No,
Why
I
it's
think that's
master.
a really good point. And we just caught another error. So we are actually do not meet in July, and so we have items on for every July. So we could either move them, but then that doubles, and I don't think that's the point. I don't think we can
Well,
double.
And the
shouldn't
team
have
and I
more than
kind of
one.
discussed too, that said that if we maybe want to do one meeting in July, okay, Marona said no, I'm just. Okay.
I mean,
We
I
can do
don't
whatever.
care because whatever,
Yeah.
but that is
Okay,
some board members that.
okay.
Well, I mean, I think that
Sweet.
we we also can double up because we can do a goal, a meeting, and so we have 2 meetings in every month. We tend to have the calendar as it's written tends to have one goal in 1 month. We have 2 meetings a month, so there's an opportunity to.
And remember too, we're trying to align it in when we have the data,
Yeah,
right?
That-
So that's
that's
going to be
tricky.
important. We don't want to meet and you don't have the data. So this is how we selected these, but we're good to move.
yeah. I mean,
the
that's
stuff
what
in
pushes
July,
you into
it needs to
July
move
is
into August
when the
and,
date is
you know,
available.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Let's-
then it looks like it's interim goal 1.1 and 2.1. So
Move them to August.
if we did those in August, I mean, is that too much with back to school?
No, because we were prepared, you know, we
Over
would
the-
follow our cadence, and we have our PD with AJ on January 3rd with the cabinet team, just so we can get a cadence on what we need to give the information, you know, with the board and the videos and all of that. So we just adjust our dates so that we can have that information to you in a timely fashion to review it, et cetera.
I do think it's, you talked about this, we have a focus on this, we're trying to only focus on that. So there may be, situations, like, COVID came, we didn't know what was going on, so I do believe there may be other discussions that occur that you may add, that goes back to the, us having 2 meetings, so it may be, I'm just making this up.
Great.
It may be in February, the first meeting having to go 1.3, but then, like today, you know, the second meeting is about safety. I'm just.
So
putting this out.
thank you. So to your point, I think where we were thinking, thank you for lifting that if we give time for the treasurer and auditor, so we kind of reverse the meetings, right? So we want to make sure that after FAC, that when this stands, so usually that occurs after the first meeting, for example, right? So he would come and an internal auditor would have time to do their reports. And if there are some things that I need to lift and update, that I will. But then that second meeting in our minds is, this is what we're
okay.
doing, right? So we're using that second meeting in February for the entire time to focus on the interim goal. That was our thinking about this, but of course, you know, I'll do whatever the board would like. But I didn't want to shortchange my colleague and have long meetings. And I just wanted us to maybe come in, get to the meat of it, And then it will allow us to make sure we're following that timeline, give you time to get the 2-page executive summary, us to videotape any information so you can see a video, you know, and a PowerPoint presentation so that you're ready for the discussion. So we thought a month would give us the time to prepare and the time for you to digest it. And so when people come on at second meeting, it's all about the deep dive into the.
So Dr. Dixon, to that point, they replaced me with a dead mic. To that point, I mean, this is monitoring, and part of our monitoring is monitoring our CFO and our internal auditor. Should that information be on our monitoring calendar, even though it's not the goals and guardrails? Because
Well,
otherwise, this is.
Well, when we get
What are we
to
monitoring?
the
Right.
guardrail
Given them
discussion in August, well, however we put it, then we will have Stan as a part of that discussion. Because, you know, under the intervention supports and equitable resources.
Okay.
So he would be there for that one. But
Okay.
however, I just want to make sure it's important to me that we have the time to get you the information you need. So when we come, because we're doing practice session tonight, you know, we're still practicing, but when we come, that people understand the mission of that night, right? That meeting, the board is really asking some questions about the data that we're seeing. I'm responding and giving you reports on information about how we can improve the outcomes. You know, so we really are digging and having that conversation about the data, and I think that's a culture shift. And it's not in our minds that we, you know, it's the afterthought. I mean, that's not the right word, but it's some intentionality. And then if there's something that comes up, you're absolutely right, COVID. You know, now I saw where there was, you know, there were questions about, are we returning in January, or schools going to remote because we see, you know, things happening. Then of course, you know, it's going to be, hey, we have something that's more pressing right now. That we still have time for the monitoring, but right now we need to discuss these things, and then we're going to monitoring.
And I guess maybe I asked that question because we talk about setting our calendar. So when I was back in the day, we had this. So every meeting had. This is not the first time we've been intentional in some sort. They weren't labeled goal and guardrails. They were ELs.
Executive limitations, yeah.
So we had executive limitations, but in that calendar, whatever you wanted to call it, we had first meeting in January was the CFO report. The second meeting was EL whatever. The third meeting was da-da-da. The fourth meeting was a report. To your point, what do we expect throughout the year from our whole, you know, we're not monitoring, but we are monitoring you just reported
Well,
today.
inform
So
versus
We
monitor.
did talk about things like when the treasurer needs to do the legal report.
Right.
Perhaps that should appear on the calendar, right? Or if we have an audit from the state that needs to be discussed or something like that, that's regular in a compliance issue.
Right.
But I think that
Mandatory.
what Talisa was saying about, because these goals and guardrails are everyone's work, and you know they'll have each of them obviously has their own evaluation, and those are discussed in a different kind of manner. But when we're discussing the goals and guardrails, I think whomever is part of that should be part of those discussions.
Right, and I'm just asking because, like, back to Board Member Cole's thing is, like, if we're gonna say this is the way we set up our meetings, then we should have a calendar of what our meetings
Okay.
that are. I'm just asking, should we? I mean, I think we should have an incorporated calendar. Otherwise, this is a third of a calendar.
We have Cole,
Right.
Brown, Pierce.
Thank you.
Very quickly, to that point, I think that Treasurer Pahoric he's already got a platform ready to go in terms of, you know, prep discussion for operating levy, of course, ongoing discussion with monthly reports on the finances and the 5-year forecast included in that, because that is calendarized for future discussion in, May?
Yes.
So I think that all it is just continued
Great, yeah.
cross-pollination.
Yeah, I love
So
that.
you alluded to it quite clearly earlier, that you've made this space, and I greatly appreciate that, because where you were going with that was what I was concerned about as well. So just continue to cross-pollinate on exactly what you want to discuss at those interim points that you have opportunity to share information with us and guide us in the process of prep for our tax authorities. Our tax authorities. So thank you.
Brown.
Thank you. Just was going to say briefly, I continue to really like the idea of a master calendar, so that there's one place to look for all of my school board related activity. Please, unless there's obstacles that I can't imagine, let's do it electronically entirely. PDFs are almost impossible to work with. They're great for other purposes. But to have this electronically that I can integrate with my own calendars would be great. And I think it would be helpful for everybody to have that. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment.
Done.
Dr. Pierce.
So I want to take us back to the specific student outcome goals, specifically goal number 3. It strikes me that we have put that goal off until October for that summative high-level executive, where I see the other goals getting that summative high-level overview sooner. And this comes after we discuss the interim goal of 3.3. So my question is there any way that we can provide that summative data for goal 3 earlier, so it can inform our conversation in August when we discuss interim 3.3? And then I also want to know if we could add interim 3.3, interim goal 3.3, to also have us discuss that in January. I think when we're discussing our graduation rates, we need 2 check-ins as opposed to 1. So we need that check-in before school starts, so we know where our senior class is. We get that overview of, maybe where our junior class is in terms of them understanding their plan for graduation, what credits they need. But then around this time, we need a gut check to say, okay, we're past the first semester. How are we doing? Are we on track? So is there a way that we
So for January 2023, we can definitely add that.
Could we?
January 2022, we would give you an update, but that data, so we can add it to the calendar for January 2023.
Okay.
And then for January 2022, so we will continue on January, kind of what we've done, what we're doing now. And so my report in January is going to be, we're going to give you an update in your board report about where we are with our graduation data. Remember that the semester ends, I think, on the 14th. And so we will have a clearer picture after the first semester of where our students will land. So we want to make sure that that was part of the discussion in January. And the monitoring of our students. We want to give you a picture of where our students are, and not later than January.
So just to clarify, in January of 22, we can expect to get interim or a goal 3 summative.
No.
January
2023, we're going to talk to the team and see if that's feasible for January 2023. January 2022, that means next month, we'll work on a team on providing some update to the team about where our current seniors, where they are now towards their goals towards graduation.
So that would be interim 3.3 then.
Correct. So let's look at the information for January. I'm sorry, the interim goals we're going to start in February, and the cadence that you're speak to the process, I want to put that in for January 2023. To start that conversation in January of that.
So based on this current calendar that we have right now, we're not getting anything related to graduation. Go number 3. If we're looking at 2022, it's nowhere on this calendar until we get to 2023 of January.
No, that's not what I'm saying, that we're going to have a discussion and you're going to get updates in January of 2022. But I would meet with the team and we discuss if we can move these interim goals, as you suggested, to January 2023.
Can I just have a
So to be a part of
I have a
our,
point of clarification. I'm just confused a little bit. So it says November and December, we're talking about 3.1 and 3.2. Is that something different than you're talking about, Dr. Pierce?
Yes, I'm
Same
talking about
3.3.
3.3. 3.3 is completely left off of here. And if we look at, so for example, when you see 2022, in September and October, we get a summative of goal 1 and goal 2, but we don't get a summative of goal 3. We've completely left that summative
there must-
off.
yeah, so we have it as 3.3 in August of 2023 and August of 2024.
Is that because it's the cohort that we're watching?
Yeah.
We won't know until they get there.
Right. So we can just talk with the team about what kind of data can we move and make that shift. It's just a conversation of what data are we capturing and when do we have enough good information that we can provide for that discussion. But in the meantime, in January of next month, we're going to provide the information for the board about how well our current senior class is in meeting the goal toward graduation. And that includes, how many students will obtain graduation seals, how many students have completed the Columbus Promise application, all of those things of our seniors, even how we're our 5th year, because we'll talk about that a little bit in our discussion.
So I guess I'm completely confused now. So the idea is that we won't have a 4th year graduation cohort in 2022. We won't have that data. I mean, I guess I'm just not understanding why it's not possible to include goal number 3. Could the request be that we just see if we can include that data in? That's my question. Can we include the graduation data in sooner? And
correct. So right.
Yes.
So I hear your question is, can we be ready to discuss it as a monitoring item in January of 22?
Yeah.
Right. And so what I'm
No.
saying is that no, we won't be able to have it as a monitoring item in January of 2023 with our process. But however, we can have it as a discussion and we can do a presentation so the board knows exactly how our students, our seniors are doing and the supports that we're putting in place, et cetera. So we could bring that to you as a discussion at a board meeting. I mean, we can do it as my update in January, but also give you some other data at the end of the semester, because the semester ends on the 14th, and can provide that information for you.
in August too, right?
In January.
Well, I'm looking at 2022
Specifically asking about August.
because that's not included in August.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not included in this August. I mean, I get it because it's in August of
Of 2024.
2023
And
and
Oh.
Not of
24.
2022.
So that's,
Right.
so
Or-
can we just,
That might just be an
Right.
oversight.
Right. But
It's a
you
righteous
also asked
question,
that-
it is.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, I was saying, it's a righteous question in that but my thought space was that this is something I'm so used to receiving anyway. It was almost like a given for me. But I think it's helpful to say that
Got an opinion.
this is an expectation that we will receive update on
Oh, yeah.
exactly what those metrics are,
Right.
whether, and my idea is that you will have exceeded something at some point.
Yeah.
But
Because remember,
that
in August, we are.
August of 22, we're going to
Right.
get our regular information.
Exactly. Right. You get
Okay.
your regular information on August 22 because that's when we were talking about the class, the graduation class that just finished.
That's what Dr.
That's what I'm
Pierce-
asking. Can we just add it into the calendar like all the other goals are added into the calendar?
It'd be like a different
Oh, yes.
column.
Yeah, yeah.
Madam President,
Yeah, Vice President Reyes.
I feel that there's still a couple of glitches on this. Could we table this,
Yeah.
and provide more input, so that we can have a good, we already kind of know what January is gonna be about.
Yep. Yep.
So I think we have a fair assessment to be able to give you more feedback, update this, and then, address it maybe on our first meeting in January.
It's a motion to table.
Motion,
I second.
table.
Second by Pierce.
Okay.
Don't look at me like that,
What a face.
Mr. Bahoric.
Uh,
Because we had a first and we had a second, and we're having discussion.
Yep.
And
Now
it
we're
seems like we're
moving
going
to
in
table.
circles,
But we still have
So-
motion on the
I'm with you.
But tabling.
but I'm
it, so
tabling, that
takes
mutes the
motion.
conversation.
Okay, we'll see you a second for the motion to table.
I
We got it.
seconded.
We got Board
Seconded.
Member Reyes, Dr. Pierce.
So
Motion before you right now is to table the motion that was before you.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
All set?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Brown,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. That
Board
is
President,
tabled.
yes, but just for clarification, when we come back, do we want to see that master calendar iteration with this?
Yes, please.
Great.
Sure,
Just for clarification.
we don't need to approve the master calendar.
Nope.
So I think that if we need to see this, because that's what we're approving.
Right.
But then I think that the consideration of what is on the master calendar, and I think for the public, it'd be great to have this on so they know.
Gotcha.
But we don't approve that whole
Right.
big, because that's everything, right?
Right.
That's athletics and like,
Right.
right? We don't need all that.
Let's approve this conceptually.
We tabled it.
No, but I mean, let's,
Yeah.
but when it comes back, let's just make sure we're clear on the mechanics of this.
I think that this then means that we might have to update the monitoring calendar
Yeah.
implementation now, because we just
Oh, yeah.
now
Well,
blew our
that's-
December timeline, so we're gonna probably need to table item 7.5, because
Actually, I don't think we need to table it. We can just color code it differently.
you don't need to, or you don't need to.
So, what was the question about 7.5?
For the
I didn't know if we needed to table it because of what
Not
we just
before you.
did.
So it's on the agenda. If you take no action, you take no action.
Oh, so we just skip
Let it
it?
lie.
We can skip it,
Let it run.
let it run.
Ignore it.
Let's talk about it.
I like the way.
Carol wants to talk about it.
Well, because we've never really talked about it as a group. And it's another way we keep track of what we're doing.
But she's saying it's in combination
But it's
with this.
wrong right
It's
now.
wrong.
It's
So,
wrong.
So.
I
we
mean,
can-
are we
we
just
can-
rehashing a conversation we just kind of had?
Well, it's got more to it. It's got the whole thing about the committee diet, the policy diet, like it's that whole, I thought we were gonna talk about like what's up in the next few months, like make sure we're all clear on that calendar.
Then let's
But-
talk about item 7.5, resolution to adopt Columbus City Schools Board implementation timeline. So it's a motion to approve it right now.
No, you
We-
you can talk about it. You
One
have to-
thing, the other thing we could do is we could make the change to it's off track, change the color of it, and then approve it. That would be
Yeah.
easy. Can you pull it up, somebody?
What, color coded for the next month? Is that what you're saying?
So change the color coding.
And then approve it, because the conceptually, it's okay.
Right, it's just in the wrong place now.
And there's probably a few other things.
I agree.
Okay, so then everything in the status of this. Well, the last one, the
Yeah,
monthly check-in.
I was gonna say
review.
it's gonna be off, guys.
I think voting for the timeline is not the same as making sure it's perfect. I think it's more about embracing the whole.
Then why does it?
It should have been done 6 months. It should have been done when we started the whole process.
But you've got stuff in July.
Stuff in July.
Exactly, it's still incomplete based on our conversation.
Yeah,
that we
it
just
seems like
had.
the antecedent issue is
Yeah.
really that we just tabled a major discussion germane to this issue. So it's, for me, if
Let's
I'm
update both.
gauging where the chicken and the egg is,
Well, I would
to me, it's
argue,
the chicken and then the egg.
but I think that we have not, as a board, looked at this whole process and said, yes, this is the order in which we're doing this, and we're committed to do the committee diet, and then we're committed to do the policy diet, we're committed to do a self-evaluation workshop, we have never looked at this macro and said, yes, this is the process and this is what we're doing. We've never discussed it. I don't think, how many of us have even looked at this calendar, really? So,
I have
Okay, I don't know what we're
to
doing.
discuss.
So are we looking
Just
at
technically,
parliamentarians?
it would be best if you want to have a discussion, just make a motion in a second, it's on the table, and you can have a discussion. Later on, you do what you just did.
table.
You all agree? Just make a motion to table it, and it goes off the table. Just technically, that's the clean way to do it.
Okay, then. I'll need a motion and a second. Motion?
I'll
I
second.
motion that we give 5 minutes discussion to this issue.
That's the motion on the table, that's the motion on the table.
Yeah.
I'll second. You get 5 minutes.
You could have just not, and then it would have died.
Yeah.
But you wanted to discuss it, Carol, so
Yeah,
Then
I
you
just
should have
thought,
motion for more than 5 minutes.
No, I'm fine with 5 minutes.
Okay. So that
We just gotta be
there we go.
concise.
5 minutes. That's the
Okay.
motion and the second. Hold on.
Vote.
start the clock. Oh, we got to
Okay,
vote
We
first.
have 5 minutes to
Well, Carol-
discuss. Go ahead.
Take all the 5
Go ahead.
minutes, though. You gotta share.
I know, okay.
So we have to vote on the 5 minutes, folks.
No.
No, we
No?
don't. That's
All
what
right,
we have.
perfect, go.
Discussion.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everyone is on board with this whole timeline and all of the steps along the way.
President Adair,
Yeah.
I think technically the motion is to limit debate to 5 minutes.
Okay.
And then
So
you
then
should
we need to
adopt
vote
that.
on that.
So you need to adopt,
Okay?
Okay.
really need it?
If there's no objection to that motion, then.
yeah, pass it
So
that
there's
way.
apparently no objection because we
Okay,
decided.
so we're going to limit debate to 5 minutes here.
So now we,
Hit it.
so,
Okay.
but we didn't actually motion to approve, so now do we have to do that again?
No.
Because, no,
No.
I don't know.
There's been a motion and a second. And
To
no
limit
objection.
debate, but not to approve, not to motion to approve the resolution.
Yeah, what are we debating?
We're
It was
not
only to
debating.
limit
He just
debate,
said-
we're not debating, we don't have a
He
resolution.
made it,
Not moving second already?
made a motion to have a 5-minute discussion
About
He limited debate
7.5.
on
first. you shouldn't have.
7.5.
Shouldn't have limited debate first. We should have
We
allowed.
should have
the-
approved it and then
Then
limit
moved to limit
debate.
debate.
We should
You would have two
called-
motions
I'll
outstanding.
have 5 minutes discussion about this.
5 minutes up.
We, if it's okay, we know what you want to do.
Okay.
We'll write it up.
So we'll use Board Member Cole and Dr. Pierce. Moved and seconded the motion, then moved and seconded to limit debate to 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Ready,
Right.
set,
5 minutes
go.
now.
So Abbott's on third.
Board Member Becker.
Okay. The only thing I want to point out is that we should be using this as a regular thing that we look at and we measure we're on track, off track, how we're doing it, and we haven't been doing that in the past. So I think this should become one of our board manners that we're looking at. Are we on track? Are we off track? What's coming up? And make this part of our process. I'm done.
So the only thing I'll add is I will co-sign Carol and say that we can be on track with this. We just need to change the color coding to show where we're slightly off. That the action that we took before this does not dictate us not being able to take action on this because it's literally the percentage of the time that we're spending on monitoring. That should not change even though our monitoring calendar changes. The time that we spend on monitoring each month should not change. But in addition to that, I would like January of 2022, can we spell delete properly? And then I think as a board, could we really talk about these board trainings? We have stretched ourselves very thin conducting a number of audits, having community engagement, being in spaces where we've met a lot just in this first year. What do these board trainings entail when we jump into January of 2022? We're already adding special meetings on. Do we have the capacity as a board, as a staff, as a team to front load heavy in 2022?
That's the discussion we need to have.
Vice President Reyes.
So the only question I have when you said that to move in conception is that this does have a July activity. So that's the only reason I was saying that it would change based on what we tabled. So does that have to change before we can approve this?
I mean, right now July just says not started. So if we understand that anything in July will move either 1 month ahead or 1 month back, it doesn't actually change the status.
Then I'm good.
Do we have to move it 1 month back, 1 month ahead? Can we just cross it out? Because we already have it in those other months.
Oh, well, that's true too. If it's just
There's
a duplicate of like something we're supposed to do every month.
Yeah, it's a duplicate. Just cut July out.
You got 2 minutes.
2.5.
You went less than five. Pat yourselves on the back.
You should do this for I'm
That was awesome.
Always let me know.
I'm sorry.
We used to do that.
We did really good with that.
We used to
I'm
Time
proud of
pressure.
us.
It's
Well,
time
let's
pressure.
use
So
the
we
rest
could
of our
vote on
time
it
to
then.
talk about how.
So then,
Let's vote on it.
well, we need to change the colors of December. You all basically
Somebody timed us.
all off track except for the monthly check-in because that we've actually done. So, right, we've done that. Yes. So everything would just go to red. Or yellow. I said. But are they slightly off track or really off track?
Just slightly.
So the greens now go to yellow.
Except for the top one, because we're about to do a monitoring session,
Okay.
aren't we?
Yes, that is true. So the first one, green, is on track and actually will turn to blue after today because we're practicing. We didn't do any monitoring this month for real, so that's red. The adopting the monitoring calendar, we tabled that just to next month, so that's slightly off track. That goes to yellow.
Yes.
We're doing the implementation timeline, so that will actually turn blue.
Correct.
Accept annual interim ending points for guardrails.
We're just going for each one.
No,
What is that?
That's what we
Oh, that's what we just
tabled.
tabled. Gotcha. So then that goes to,
Stays where it's red, off track.
all right. Do we have all those changes? Okay. Do you all understand what those changes are?
Yes.
And then deleting July from each. Okay. We
And,
had a motion and a second,
and properly spelling delete.
and correcting
January.
any misspelling in the document.
Good
please
catch.
correct. All right. So we had a motion and a second. We had discussion. Please call the roll.
So
So
now
the-
we're voting on
The motion to adopt the implementation timeline
Pending the changes.
as it's been changed.
Yes.
Are there any objections to the amendment?
Okay. So those changes have been made without any objection, okay? All right. Okay, let's, this is on the implementation timeline. You guys are out of time, totally. You're done. Motion on the implementation timeline as amended. Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all.
Good.
Okay, Carol says it's good.
I know.
Okay.
Yay.
Item
Carol.
7.6.
She's got her goals.
We got to win.
We're gonna now have an update on safety. We're gonna actually turn it over to Dr. Dixon to start us off. I mean, I think that there's no secret about what's going on in our, in our schools and in the community and all of that. So we're gonna have a safety update and then discussion.
Yeah, so, thank you, Board President Adair, and to our board members. Wanted to bring just 2 items before you. We stated we wanted an ongoing facilities master plan update and also an update of what's happening with our safety in our schools. We've been seeing some social media threats, and we've been seeing weapons in our schools. I provided you with those updates what we've seen and the outcomes of our next steps rather with those incidents. We have done, I've done a video last week with some of our seniors, students, one from Linda McKinley and one from Eastmore Academy, talking about safety. And we want to make sure too that families know that we take safety seriously in our buildings, and we have protocols in place. We want our students to manage themselves accordingly, and we will continue to take this as a very important measure to make sure that when our students come to school, it is a safe environment. We know that our families want to make sure that when our students come, that they are in safe environments. So as you have requested, I have Dr. James that will give us an overview. You've received some data, and so we can just talk about that from as it relates to what's happening in our organization, some other outreach that we may do. And so, turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. James, to give us an overview.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, President Adair, members of the board. So the 6-year comparison was one of the data requests, and if you look at our 2000 school year 2021-22 column, that's only half of a school year. So you can see where it is, those numbers are trending upwards. I have Chris Ward joining us virtually to take a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the data. I know what's been top of mind have been a lot of the social media threats that have been disrupting not just our schools in that climate, but across the state and the country. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Chris Ward.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. President Adair, members of the board, just want to take a few minutes to talk about some of the things that we are seeing in our schools. As Dr. James talked about, as we're looking at the information that was provided to you, as we're looking at social media threats, as well as weapons in our school buildings. As you can see, those numbers are trending upwards slightly. 2022, we have had more social media threats in 2022 than we've had in the past 5 years. And as we all know, while social media threats have been, we've received quite a few in our school buildings. I mean, this is nationwide. Some of the challenges that we are seeing just not rest in the state of Ohio, but again, this is nationwide. I will tell you, as we all know, TikTok has been trending quite regularly this school year, encouraging kids to do things that would create disruptions and safety concerns in our school buildings. I will tell you, there's probably not a day that I don't go without communicating, not just with our internal resources, our security staff, building administrators, area superintendents, senior leadership team, but also having a conversation with our law enforcement partners, Columbus Police partners as well, informing them of what's going on, sharing with them some of our concerns. If we see where there is a spike in incidents in particular communities, areas, again, those are some of the conversations that I've had early in the morning, late at night, trying to work with all of our resources to keep our students safe. And so, this break that we're currently on is allowing a lot of our staff, not just security staff, but again, when we talk about safety, everyone is responsible for the safety of our students and each other. And so I think a well-due break at this particular time for our students, staff, community, and district partners. Questions from me, from any of the board members?
Board Member Cole, then Board Member Beckerly.
Thank you for the this kind of interim data. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. My question is how are we really informing our students and our families about the seriousness of this type of infraction? This infraction of student threat is not just something that we have in our policy as a don't do. It also carries a felony designation. I mean, I really want students and their families to understand the severity of calling in these types of threats, let alone doing it. Calling it in, creating, as we stated earlier, this kind of disruption. It's really important that they understand the legal implications of this type of behavior that not only impact a student, but even possibly even the parent. How are we doing that? And, you know, are we effective in delivering that message home?
President Adair, Board Member Cole, just to name a few of the ways that we have been communicating with students and staff. You know, again, when incidents are occurring in our schools, we take the time to communicate with parents. First and foremost, letting them know that, you know, a situation, a safety situation has taken place in our school buildings. You know, secondly, we are also encouraging our school teams. We have safety teams in each of our school buildings to sit and talk with students about what is going on, not just in their particular school, but also throughout the nation. What are some of the things that they are seeing and hearing regarding social media right now? That has been one of the biggest challenges that we have been faced with this school year. But, you know, it is encouraged for our educators, our teachers to have that dialogue and conversation with our young people to talk about, you know, consequences when you decide to send a social media thread, or if you talk about having a weapon on you or bringing a weapon to school. I will tell you, we continue to encourage building the relationships. I know there was a lot of talk this afternoon with board members and Dr. Dixon about, you know, trauma-informed care and restorative practices and, you know, those sort of programs that we are looking at in our school buildings. But it's important to have dialogue with our students to really let them know. We continue to encourage that dialogue and conversation. I know with some of the safety videos that, again, Dr. Dixon talked about that she had done with some of our seniors. I will tell you, we still encourage see something, say something, working together, because again, it takes more than just the school district, school officials to address this issue. I mean, this is truly a community issue, and it's going to take all of us. I mean, whether it's a public message to the public, whether it's a conversation with building administrators, whether it's a conversation with the teachers, with our students. But again, the conversation can't rest with just one entity. We all have to be talking and singing the same song when it comes to school safety. So we will continue that message when school resumes. You know, we're going to look at some other ways to communicate and get the message out. I do know, talking with the Columbus Police Department, they were putting out, they were doing a media press about those that they have caught as a result of putting out social media threats and you know, creating fear amongst the community. And so, and what type of penalties that, you know, those types of crimes will bring. I mean, we're talking about felony charges, and what we are seeing and what we have found, you know, you're going to find our young people, our middle school students. I mean, we've had elementary students, not just Columbus City school students, but again, for those people who have been found guilty of putting these threats out, they range from all different ages. And again, I don't think they fully understand the consequences behind some of these threats.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much for that response. I think I hear a great deal of the breadth of what we're doing. I think we have an incredibly innovative communications team with some very unique capabilities to create commercials and create content. I'm a kid that grew up in that after school specials, you know, Fat Albert, You Can Do It, Duffy Moon You know, I grew up in that era of television and communication with youngsters. I think we should leverage something that really gives a student voice in that space.
Yes.
And a student presence in that space to communicate how serious it is. You know, yeah, I've had that opportunity when I was a younger person, certainly late teens, to experience what it was for somebody to close bars on you. It's a real experience. I want these kids to actually understand this is for real, and this is something that can impact your future opportunities. You want to go to the military, you got in this kind of trouble, you're a problem. When they send you to MEPS, this is a problem. If you're somebody who wanted to go to college and do something, this is a problem. So I don't want our kids to be designated as terrorists because they did terrorist stuff and got assigned a felony before they could even get a high school diploma. This is not the direction to go. So please, can we leverage our communications committee to put, or excuse me, our communications team, put together something that involves students and showing the real consequences of what this really is. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Okay, we have Beckerly Brown, Ragland Pierce.
I agree with everything that's been said about the threats. The other aspect to what we're hearing from the community and what I'd like to talk a little bit about and get some sense from Mr. Ward about is when I look at these numbers that you sent us, it doesn't seem like, I mean, if you can take out these social media threats that seem to be, you know, happening like a pandemic. I'm also hearing from the community, and I'm not sure it's accurate, that the behavior of kids and our students in schools is off the hooks. There's more fighting. There's more, you know, we have this sense that there's more guns. And I don't think, looking at these numbers, that seems to be borne out. And so I guess what I'm wondering is if we can use this as maybe a starting point and do some sort of a triangulation, whether it's surveys or something, to assure the community, assuming I'm correct, that the underlying climate in the schools is still the same and it's still okay. You know, and I don't know if that's accurate or not, and if it's not, then what are we doing about it? But it seems to me that this is not particularly alarming in terms of the numbers. If you know, it's not off track for other years. Am I missing something? Okay. No. So that would be my request, is let's figure out how to let's separate the social media issue, which is bigger than us, and the other stuff, and figure out if we can come up with some sort of way to confirm and assure the community that the day-to-day in the building is, and if it's not, if we can't, then we have to address that. Right. Yeah.
Brown.
Thank you. Just a few thoughts that I think are you know, worth giving some thought to. First, you know, yes, I agree that we're responsible in many ways for educating our students, and we should try to do that. However, at least in my experience, we're not going to get there. I'm not optimistic that most students, or at least many, are going to change their behavior based on hearing that it may have severe consequences later in their life. That's just not the nature of kids, I don't think. And I think, you know, we need to look at it differently. I do agree that we need the entire community, especially parents, to get involved. And, you know, parents will respond to the notion that this could have serious consequences for them in addition to for their kids. You know, I've been at a different end of this process, sitting on the bench, hearing cases about threats and violence and all kinds of activity, including some by young people. But I I think we need to consult experts, whether that's our school psychologists or other experts at Nationwide Children's, and find out what works. I mean, I'm not horrified by the numbers in comparison with other years in the recent past, but that doesn't mean we can ignore it. And we can't ignore the public perception about it. So I think we have to actively try to do something and improve it. I've always believed, and I still do, that schools are the safest place for young people to be every day. That it's seldom that that's the place that they're going to get hurt or put in danger. But I think we can do better, but it's going to require a different kind of approach, I believe.
If I can respond to Board Member Brown, that we have this Safer Together initiative that the Family Engagement and Communications Office is pushing out, and it is some conversations with our families and other partners, with our students, about some of the measures that we can take that I think is important. That student voice. I mean, ours. Our strategic plan, we're talking about students leading the way. So to your earlier point, making sure our students are out front. We're doing those videos because that's who the kids they want to hear from their peers, and we need to listen to their stories and their narratives. We do also understand, and as some of our principals have been pointing out to us, that our students are disconnected. They used to be with us full time, every day of the weekend and weekends. And unfortunately, that was disrupted for a time, and we're so glad to have them back with us. But we still have to be very intentional about providing some additional supports. I know you guys saw where we have given all of our many of our staff members, classified and certified staff members, 250 hours of extended time to work on. It can be relationship building, it can be programming, it can be all of those things that to connect with our students. While at the same time, we are also saying that here's some non-negotiables, that we will have safe schools, there will be consequences if you have certain acts. And those consequences aren't necessarily dictated by us, they're dictated by the police, as we stated, and we do not want our students to go into that system. And so we will continue, as your point, listen to our students, first of all, to understand where their stressors, making sure that we have safe schools. To your point, parents want students to be safe. Safety comes before that learning, right? If the schools are not safe, I'm not going to send my kid. And so we have to make sure that we are having those ongoing conversations, students listening to their peers, and so that when students come back in our spaces, they know it's a safe space. They are going to go to their trusted adults to tell them when they think something is not right. We want to continue that dialogue, and for us as a district, keep putting those measures in place, those safety measures, informing our parents and our guardians of what's happening. So your point, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. With respect to students leading much of this and talking with their peers, I think that is important. But we may want to take a look at the idea of choosing those students to communicate carefully. And it may not be the typical students who we have as our ambassadors or in some other leadership roles, but it may be the troublemakers. It may be those who are perhaps more likely or have already gotten into these kinds of things. If we can give them that kind of leadership role, that might be effective. And I'm just throwing it out as something to consider.
You're right. I had a meeting last week with Judge Lachelle Stroud, and she talked about how she grew up in the Linden area, and she wanted to be a judge since she was like 3 or 4 years old, right? And she said, what can, she really echoed and really stated to me that she was so glad that the district has increased family ambassadors, and that anything that we can continue to do to work with our families, inform our families, provide the supports, because we don't want our students to get in those systems, right? And she spoke at Lyndon McKinley, I think a few weeks ago. She was invited, and she offered her services and others to continue the dialogue and having a dialogue with students and providing supports for our parents. So it's good that you have community leaders who want to ensure that our students don't get themselves in the system, that they understand the consequence of their actions, but that we continue to provide the supports for our families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President. My first question is to Mr. Ward regarding our lockdown policy and whether or not our lockdown policy is consistently being implemented across the district. Do local school leaders have autonomy to determine what issues facilitate locking a building down? Or does it say at one particular school, this issue means that the school goes on lockdown, and that's the same across the board all over the district?
Board President Adair to Board Member Ragland. I will say that school administrators do have the autonomy to put their school building on lockdown when the need is there. One of the things that we've learned over the years is that we want to make sure that we empower our building administrators to make those calls when they feel it is necessary to do that. I think oftentimes when people in the community and in the school buildings as well too, when they hear that a school building goes on a lockdown, the first thing that comes to mind is the school is unsafe or there is some safety threat. And that is not always the case. And maybe that's a situation where we have to do a better job of articulating why buildings sometimes go on lockdown. For instance, we have a lot of buildings, it seemed like particularly this past year, that have gone on lockdowns because of medical emergencies. And what that will look like is if there was a teacher or a student who was in some type of distress, medical distress, and we wanted to make sure that we have, we call for the paramedics to come to provide assistance. There are many a times that we'll lock the school building down just so that there's no movement in the hallways, so that, students are not traumatized by what they might see, so that we don't have free flowing visitors and guests in and out of our building. We want to make sure we address the medical condition of that person. And so in many cases, the building administrator will call that lockdown. Now, I will say there is consistency for reasons why they should go on lockdown. And what we do is we roll that out to every building administrator. We talk that through. But again, they do have the ability to call a lockdown. And I from where I sit, it's important that ability to call for a lockdown is not taken from them. Because again, when they are there with 500, 600, 800,000 kids and they see a situation unfolding, or they got to be able to make a quick call on how to address the immediacy of that particular situation. Now, I will say to your point too, one of the things that we talked through, I would say in the past few weeks, is when we receive social media threats, what does that look like? And because a lot of times when we do receive a social media threat, we do consult with law enforcement and we look to see if the threats that we receive are credible or not. We look to see if there's anything specific that points out a target or staff. So we look at a lot of different variables when it comes to the social media threats. And so for that reason, we being safety and security, the police and or the building administrator may decide to put a building on lockdown based on the level of threat, the information that is received. And so while we do try to have consistency when it comes to lockdown, there are a lot of variables that come into play. what we will continue to do is talk through the different types of threats that we have received, particularly when it comes to social media threats, to see if there are some things that we can do different, as well as any other type of threat. But again, I think it's important that we get out. Every time that we do hear a building is on lockdown, that does not immediately speak to an imminent threat in our buildings or something bad has happened. You know, in many cases, there are things that are happening in the neighborhood that will cause our building, and it's a precaution type status versus an imminent status taking place in our building. So I do hope that answered your question, but I will tell you, we continue to have conversation and dialogue with the area superintendents and some of our chiefs about looking at lockdowns and what constitute a lockdown.
Mr. Ward, a part of my concern is that this is now starting to become an equity issue. Some of the lockdowns that are occurring more consistently for events that may be deemed to be minor, but they're occurring in some of the areas in town or in some of our schools that are a different demographic than others, whereas major incidents that happen in other areas of town may merit calls to the authorities to come to the school, but not necessarily a lockdown in some of those buildings. I think we talk about social and emotional support for our students, and some of our students are experiencing lockdowns several times a week, and then others may or may not be in a lockdown status at all, but weapons may be found in their schools or other things may be occurring where the issue gets handled in a different manner in other sides of town. I think that that's a problem for us. And if we are serious about how we are responding to these incidents, that's something that you all will be challenged to address, because we're reaching a critical mass of lockdowns in some schools where students themselves just consider it to be something regular, and that's a challenge. My next question would be about literal actions to keep weapons out of our schools. We've talked a lot, and I agree with Board Member Cole and Board Member Brown around the need for a campaign, I guess, that uses students, puts students at the forefront of articulating the behaviors that we would like to see, that does nothing to literally stop the weapons from flowing into the buildings. Are there discussions about what else can be done starting at the beginning in January to make sure that we are stopping students from carrying weapons literally inside the buildings, and making certain that, despite the success that we hope to see from our students who are advocating for a change in behavior, that literally we can say every student in this building is unarmed at 8 o'clock in the morning. Are there concerns about? Are there discussions ongoing about that?
So, President Adair, Board Member Ragland, and I don't want to assume anything, but it almost sounds as if we're talking about potentially metal detectors in our school buildings. That would be one of the ways to address, potential weapons coming into our building. I will tell you, you all are aware that we have implemented the use of wands at our athletic events. And so I will tell you that conversation has broadened out. So we're looking to use those in our schools as well. We're trying to see what that would look like. When you talk about, equity issues, we want to make sure that however we deploy, we want to make sure that the use of these wands are used in the right way, and so that one doesn't feel as if it's being slighted more than others. And so You know, again, when you talk about safety and weapons in our school building, it's going to take many different things, you know, beyond just the use of, I would say, a wand or a metal detector, you know, pat downs, those sort of things. It's going to take a lot of different layers to keep our building safe. And I will tell you right now, with what we've implemented, as far as, you know, having staff in our building meeting and greeting, you know, when you first see a student saying hello, eye contact, communication, you know, we're looking at just about everything we can do to maintain the safety of our school buildings. The conversation will continue when we get back to school. As a matter of fact, we're having conversations right now within my department and with Dr. James about, you know, some other, you know, layers of security. So the conversation continues from our office in terms of keeping our students safe and our staff safe. That will not stop. But it's got to be a lot of different things, you know, even this, you know, celebrating our students and having them be a part of the solution. We talk about parents, including our parents. How can they play a bigger role in helping keeping our students safe, our community partners? So I think we've done a good job of keeping our students safe. I mean, in spite of what we may hear sometimes in the media about school safety, we've done a really good job of keeping our staff safe. Now, we have to keep the fight up because, again, we can't let our guard down. But I will tell you, the conversation will never stop. And it will take all of us from 6 in the morning, our bus drivers, food service personnel, custodial workers. It's going to take all of us. I mean, we're all in this together. And, you know, what we can't do is wand our way out of this. What we can't do is pat down every child, 45, 50,000 students that come to school each and every day. We have to be strategic about how we go about doing it and getting the job done. And you know, because what we don't want to lose is, and I'm not suggesting that you're looking at it from this standpoint, but we definitely don't want to lose our main goal is to educate our students. I mean, our schools are the safest place for our kids to be. And I think anybody will tell you that. There are challenges that we have, but there are challenges that every school district in the nation is having right now. We're doing our very best, and we will continue to put our best foot forward to keep our students and staff safe.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ward, thank you for your presentation. So I want to start at the metal wands and the pat downs. I've gone to a number of our sporting events and seen the wanding and the patting down. And I must say it creates a false sense of security, because my question is this: what happens when we do find a weapon? I have not seen any officers also in our buildings. I've seen our safety and securities that are there patting down and wanding. And my question is always to the principal and then to the safety and security officer: what happens if a weapon is found and somebody comes? What is stopping that individual from walking into the gym, walking into the theater with that weapon? Our safety and security officer? Do we have an administrative protocol for what happens if something's found?
President Adair, Dr. Pierce, thank you for your question. And this question has come up before. What do we do if a weapon is found? So I will tell you, since implementing the use of wands, there has not been a visible gun, I should say, found on anyone. What I will tell you, we have found several knives. We have found and have taken and removed. Well, we haven't removed. What we do is we have them place either the weapon, being the knife or mace, into the basket themselves. And they are told that, of course, they're not getting those items back. But we have found several. We've had situations where we've had patrons actually walk up, and when they seen us wanding, we've had people turn around and go back out to their car and never come back. So that in itself tells me just the presence of people knowing that we are wanding, that they have to remove items out of their pocket, that we're looking in their purses. That tells me that it is working. And we've had several people, speak their minds about how they feel about the process. Many have thanked us for, utilizing the wands at the events. We've had a few that I'm hearing that have not been as complimentary of us using wands. But I will tell you, when it comes to safety, I think it's important that we look at all opportunities to keep our students safe. And this is just another opportunity. If a weapon is found, if someone that comes up to us and puts the weapon in the bucket, our job is not to fight with anyone, especially with the weapon. I will tell you, we've had parents, come to a school building with the weapon on their hip. And once we have identified that, security staff, and I'm not saying in the building, but we've seen parents come up with weapons on their hip, and they think because I have a CCW, I'm allowed to carry this weapon. Well, you still can't have it on your persons on school property. And once we address that issue with them, they immediately take care of that situation. Take it back to their car. They stay in their car with the weapon because they're not supposed to have the weapon just in the car unattended to. So we've been fortunate in that we have not had a situation where a weapon has been presented. I will tell you, we have confiscated several sharp items, knives, mace. So we do have quite a bit of those items that have been brought into the games, and we've been able to stop them at the door because we are wanding.
Thank you for your response. This points to two key and critical issues. One, I think is most important. I would strongly encourage or like to see administrative guidelines around a protocol for if a gun is found. We need to ensure that our safety and security have the right walkie-talkies, cell phones, police on standby, that they know what station to call, that they've been trained on maybe how to de-escalate a situation. I know that as a board, we discussed, it was a very small conversation. We're thinking about wanding. We're thinking about metal detectors. I don't recall us really having a thorough discussion on this. And so at this point, I think it's necessary that we have this thorough discussion, and that as a board member, it would only be our due diligence to encourage administrative guidelines around this, to ensure that we're not creating a perception of false security. Because while we see parents taking those guns back, we don't know the mental state of anybody at any given time. You never know. Somebody might come in with something, nothing to lose one day. And I don't want to take that chance with any of our schools in any of these situations. We did have cops at events before, now we don't. And so we need to think about how we can get them on speed dial if something happens. I think the second critical issue that you pointed to in your response is that the parent can't leave the weapon unattended in their car locked up. Board Member Brown, correct me if I'm wrong, and Board Member Cole, correct me if I'm wrong. Policy governance okayed staff to leave unattended weapons in their car if they're locked in their glove compartment. So why would we not have a similar policy for our parents? We had this discussion, I want to say 2 years ago, when open and carry and conceal happened, and we had teachers say, can I bring it in the building? We said no, it has to remain in the car locked up. So the second thing I encourage us to do as a board and an administration is to ensure that those policies are up to date, and that we've thought about not just staff, but also community when it comes to the right to bear arms. Then the last question, the second question, I think this is the second question that I have, relates to some other things that I've noticed in our building. Safety doesn't just relate to threats. It also relates to the aesthetic, the feel, the culture of the building. What I've noticed is a lot of property damage in our building. We saw this early on with the TikToks and the bathrooms. I'm seeing students take paint off of walls. So my questions related to that is, it would be interesting to know if our property damage costs have gone up this year. How much are we spending on redoing our bathrooms, redoing the toilet paper holders, the paper towel holders, because that might be another element when we think about this safety where we can catch, okay, well, maybe threats and weapons, we're not seeing a real upward tick, but we're seeing a big tick in property damage, and that's costing us a lot of money, right? So that's a different narrative. So I'd be interested to know that. And then I would also be interested to know, how can we hold these students and families responsible for that damage? I'm talking to some of our custodian workers who literally are putting in work orders every week to have stuff repaired, and it's costing us a lot of money. So at some point, we do need to hold these students and families accountable for the damage that they're creating in our buildings. And the fact that we have cameras in every hallway, teachers have hall monitoring systems and hall passes, I think we can begin to pinpoint the students that are causing this damage and hold them responsible. I'm not sure if that was a question, but
I think there was a lot of
research.
comments and feedback. I'm not sure they can answer that. So, Vice President Reyes and then Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. My question is it possible to divide this data, going back to the equity issue, by school, side of town, region, demographic? Are we seeing these more from our male students or more from our female students? Types of weapons, to your point. You talked about knives and mace. We see guns here. So is it ethnicity? Because I believe if we can break this down, I'd also be interested, kind of like what Dr. Pierce was alluding to, there are interventions on who's responsible and who's doing what. That would help us develop some of those strategies that we're all talking about. So is it possible to break this down a little bit more? And that's probably more for you than for us. Another question I had is, and thank you to those students that actually let us know that there's a fight. Thank you to those students that actually let us know that there's a gun. It's appreciative that you are taking care of yourself and others in our building and ensuring that we are all protected and safe. But I'm wondering, and I don't know how we would even be able to know or recall, there are many fights that I think are not being reported, or maybe that we're not being involved. How are we, or are we able? I remember receiving a video from a parent of their child, and this was before COVID, a child being jumped. Luckily, we took care of it, but we hear and we see that being shown on social media. Are we out there looking and actively looking at our students at TikTok to ensure that our students are not on those videos, and able to pinpoint whether that is happening in our schools or near our schools? We've heard some of our kids are walking just straight outside a couple millimeters from our schools, and these things are happening. I know that's probably a much more difficult task, but I do know that a lot of these incidents are being recorded. So I don't know if that's a question or just an ask. And then lastly, that I promised I would keep these short. A couple years ago, I think I went to the National School Boards Association conference, and I might have brought information back. There are technologies that our schools are using that are not necessarily metal detectors or wands, that are installed, that are non-invasive, and actually are not noticeable, that school districts are utilizing as metal detectors and weapon finders. Not only guns, but other things. I'm going to tell you, I don't remember what it was, which school it was, and which company it was, But there are new technology, and that's what's, I mean, I want to say at least 5 years ago. So when we're talking about equity, when we're talking about respect, when we're talking about letting our students know that there is also a trust factor and a respect factor, that they're going to respect our schools, I think those might be some things we might want to look into. And I want to say it was either NSBA or Council of Great City Schools, but I'm leaning towards National School Boards Association. Maybe they have a list of vendors. It was very interesting technology. Michael, I don't know if you went to that conference. I know Shauna did. That's being utilized. So that might be something we might want to look into. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, we have Board Member Cole, and then I have a round of going back, and you only will get one question when I go back. Okay, so Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, thank you for the presentation. Couple of things. One, just as a point of clarification on policy governance. Policy governance was a framework. It was a framework that gave clear identification as to the responsibilities of the board and the responsibilities of direct reports under the board. It was a framework model that gave structure, much like how we are in this policy governance model we're working towards now, are giving clear definition to what roles, responsibilities, guardrails, goals are. They were established in that format. At that time, policy aligned to state statutory law, Ohio Revised Code, around carry and conceal, much like our policies do today in a very, whether it's omnibus, right, whether we did it after the legislature made a decision on something and brought it into law, or whether we are being compliant with something that for some reason we weren't compliant with. But at the end of the day, I won't say it was policy governance that did that, because policy governance is a framework in and of itself. Policy might have adhered at the time to the requirements of Ohio Revised Code. But with that in mind, because my question is still the same along yours, and I just want to kind of back her and my colleagues in making sure we give clear identification to what the protocols are, and more specifically, should a weapon be recovered in the building, that parent who comes there and addresses the issue does not leave with that weapon. They don't get to confiscate it and bring it back home. To me, in a very common sensible way, albeit I realize that's not common, but in a very common sensible way, if your child got their hands on that weapon, you failed. You failed in ensuring safety in that space and accountability in that space. So now that it's ours to go to the proper authorities to be handled. In addition to that, because there might be something, especially if it's a weapon, there might be something else tied ballistically to that weapon that could then be attributed to solving some sort of other issue. So I just want to be sure that in our protocols, in our policy specifically, not just the administrative guideline. It should not be an administrative guideline. It should be clearly a policy on our part established to identify how we recover weapons and what thus is the protocol in making sure that weapon gets to the proper authorities if they came onto our grounds illegally. I just want to make sure of that. So for me, I think that's just a special place that we need to continue to give some consideration. Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions, and then I will go back to second round. So looking at the data you provided, I just want to make sure I'm clear about what the data represents. So for school years 21 through 17, is that data for full year?
President Adair, yes, you are correct. That is for the full year.
We have for school year ending 22, which we are in the middle of, is only half a year. Yes?
Yes.
So this data isn't done. So we have more data to come in because we still have to get through June. So when, to me, the numbers could be concerning because these could have the potential to double or triple looking at kind of the way that things have kind of come out in the last few months. In talking to some individuals and students and teachers, it feels like, just anecdotally, that probably since Thanksgiving, things have accelerated a little bit quicker than from the beginning of the year. And so, I think that we have to watch these numbers, and they really have the potential to go up. And I do agree with members who've asked for it to be segmented differently for us to get a better understanding. I'm trying so hard right now not to be a mama because I'm living in this, literally. I think one thing us grown-ups have to really understand is that social media and the way our students are using social media is a lot different than how we use it or what we think they're using it. And so, I can't agree more with the ideas about students leading the way and students having to help figure this out. I've asked my student, why does it seem like the way that we address things right now is to, confront each other, maybe sometimes getting in a fight, saying things to one another. Why is that the culture? And it just is. And that can't be the acceptable answer, but that's their culture. And that's their culture, and they're the only ones that really have the power to change it. And so I just want us to caution. I think we have to do everything that, Mr. Ward said about, preventing and doing things. But if we really want to change or shift or figure out what's going on with our students, we need to do that in a different way, in a way that I don't think any of us have ever contemplated before. This is not just a problem going on in our school. This is a problem going on across the city. It's a community problem. It's a nationwide problem. You ask other urban districts, same thing is happening. And it does stem from social media, a lot of it. And a lot of it is not in our schools. It's coming in from outside of our schools. And so, I think that we need to really have some different kind of discussions and different kind of dialogue about the root cause of the problem and how we are addressing this as a community with our parents, with our students, and really they have to decide that this is not the kind of culture they want. I firmly believe that our schools are safe. They are. They are safer than some of the streets and neighborhoods our students live in every day. They come to school as a safe haven. They come to get food and shelter, and we know that. And so, this is nothing that, my remarks are nothing, and I don't think any board member, I don't want any community member to think that, it's just running rampant. It's not. Right. But we do need to watch because it's going on in the community too. We have the highest homicide rate right now in this city. So this is a really serious issue, and I just personally want to let you all know that I support things about trying to be innovative and coming up with new solutions. We need to understand the data. We need to talk to our children. We need to understand the root causes. We can't, like Mr. Ward said, we're not wandering our way out of this. We're not gonna discipline our way out of it, to be quite honest with you. And so I think we have to really think of different solutions. But I do want to kind of press in on the data because I'm not sure we're getting all the data. So, however we're going to do that, I think will be really, really important. So those are just my comments. You don't need to respond. There was really no questions in that. All right, so we're going to go back. I have 3 members that want a second question you will have one question to ask. We are going to go to Beckerly, Ragland, then Brown. And Cole.
Okay, I don't have a question. I just want to emphasize, and it really Jen just did it, so I'll be even quicker. I think that we have to make sure we understand the perception of students and teachers, and we have some way to do that. And this is probably less a Mr. Ward thing and more it kind of wanders into, you know, administration more generally. But because I think that we have to make sure we're keeping our eye on both of those things. Are the students feeling more safe? You know, are the students fearful? Maybe they're not. Are the teachers feeling more fearful? What's the climate? And address that almost independently or in conjunction with what the real data is. I hadn't thought about the acceleration piece when I was looking at these numbers, and that is a concern if there is actually an accelerant happening. And, you know, not winding our way out of it, it gets back to, you know, we have to, they do come to us for safety, and we, you know, maybe it adjusts our priorities in terms of the whole child and restorative justice. You know, maybe we double down on that because we got to get that accomplished first before we can get to the rest of it.
Board Member Ragland?
Thank you. I do want to address something that you just said, Madam President. You said that you find you're trying hard not to be a mom. And I think that is at the essence of everything that we are discussing. You have to be a mom. You have to be comfortable in being a mom.
I think Board Member Ragland, honestly, if I'm a mom right now, I'm probably bust out crying. So that's why it was more of a message to myself.
But yeah, no. Hey, listen, no. But you have to feel you have to feel safe in that space of being a mother in the position where you are right now, because that is how we must govern. We must govern with the reality of the feelings that you have when you get these text messages 5-6 times in an hour that thousands of kids are now on lockdown because we've got multiple guns across the city in our buildings that we found, or multiple fights. And looking at the data that was shared with us today, you can make a pockmark for each individual fight that may occur. But if the fight itself, one fight, had 30 kids involved, then that's a different connotation altogether. My encouragement to all of you, if you do not have a working relationship with children in this district right now, be it your own children, children that live in your neighborhood, children that go to our schools, I would encourage you to develop that immediately. You cannot sit in these chairs and govern without hearing firsthand experience from a child in this district that trusts you with information that they can deliver, because it will completely change the way that you look at 6 guns in our buildings from September to now. It will completely shift if it's your child or your grandchild or a child that you care and concern yourself with on a daily basis. For me, I think Board Member Dr. Pierce's question about the response to what happens with the wand is a correct one. I think it's a good question. One of the concerns that I have, and the question that I have, is about school resource officers. We tabled the discussion. We had a series of community events. We heard from a lot of people from the community. We heard from very few staff, which will always concern me. We heard from very few families, students, and parents from areas where we're seeing a lot of our most challenging issues within our schools. The demographic of people who were out in front of my house, very few of them looked like me. They were chanting Black Lives Matter to me. And they are the ones that put pressure on this board in the midst of a national cauldron to remove school resource officers and keep them away. Fast forward to today. You have a right to be a mom. But we have the obligation to govern in reality. And if you don't know how a student feels, and this is the 4th lockdown this week at my school, I watched a teacher get attacked at my school. I saw 30 kids jump one kid at my school. If you don't get that response from a child, then you can't adequately make a proper decision about what safety looks like. And so where are we? I witnessed a conversation between one of our own safety and security officers and the deputy chief of police just last week. And this man who looks like a mountain, poured into this woman about the fact that he was fearful of what is going on in our buildings. We did not hear his voice in our community meetings. And so, are we going to revisit that discussion? Because it's an important one. It is a tool. It may be a deterrent. All of the issues that you addressed earlier with that discussion, Board Member Beckerly, deserve a full hearing of this board. But because the way the students feel about having sworn officers, we don't know if those feelings have changed. We don't know what, but I'm saying this to say, if we are having those discussions, we need to alert the public about where we are and what it is that we are going to do, because these issues are alarming to me, because I hear a different side of it. I have kids in my neighborhood who trust me. I have mentees that trust me. And they give me the real deal information, real time, before we even get our own text messages from the district. And if it's your baby, Mom, it presents a different way of thinking. And so, with SROs, have we had back channel discussions? Are we willing, or will we see more discussions at this table in the coming weeks in a response to this safety discussion that we're having today? I'm sorry I took so long.
That's okay. Let me answer that. So, the contract expired. We wouldn't be able to negotiate a new contract until the next budget of the City of Columbus. There has been communications with the chief, and this was at the beginning of the end of summer, beginning of the school year, to establish a relationship. The consensus of this board has been that we think a relationship is important and critical, but we need to make sure that it's done in the healthiest way for our students. Now, back to your point, we should continue to ask our students how they feel, including after now what's gone on. But even in that conversation, and I think we've seen it through the actions of our police chief, she had her own ideas about how to better improve the relationship, because for her and for us, we know that if there's not a relationship of trust between our police officers and our students as a community, we could probably see worse reaction. And so I think that there have been things, we've increased the TAPS program, and we've done other things where we've had officers in our buildings doing community service and interacting with our students in a different way. I think that that's been the approach, but perhaps we need to discuss and get ready for when, new budgets are coming up and allocations are made, understanding where our community stands now. Now, this is my personal opinion, but I'm talking, so I'll say it. I'm not sure 19 SROs in our high schools would stop anything that's going on right now. Now, it may help in some ways of stopping or deterring people who are coming in. We've had a couple incidents like that. But I think we've seen, and that's why we asked for the data to be segmented a little bit. I think a lot of these fights are happening at the middle school level. And so we don't have SROs there. And there are no SROs in elementary. And so even thinking about, as a district, how do we better use our community of police to service all of our schools? That's an equity issue. So we have a lot to think about in this space. And I know people, and people have said it to me. They're like, well, that's what you get, school board president. You took all the cops out. I fundamentally don't believe that if we had them, I think they'd be sitting here saying too, what's going on? Like, it's just such a different time and space. And the truth is, we have had a continued relationship with our police department. They are supporting our safety and security. They come when we call. We're sharing data and information. We're building relationships with the chief. We're expanding our programs in a way that builds trust with our students. And so, it just takes time. Our community is hurt. It's hurt. It's continued to be hurt. I don't think as the Columbus community we've even healed in that relationship. So, that's where we are right now, Board Member Ragland, but I think it is a fair point to continue to discuss this with our community as well as our students to make sure that we are, hearing their voices and what their current ideas and needs are.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. And by the way, I like what you just had to say, and I do think that discussion about something as big as SROs needs a lot more thought, because it is not the answer. And we have an opportunity to work with city officials and police officials and to work out some things that may really work, and it's not necessarily that approach. What I wanted to say is partly a response to Tina's question with respect to firearms and, for that matter, all weapons. I've been looking at the policies. We have 5 separate policies entitled weapons. They're in various sections of the policy manual. They're all nearly identical, at least in material ways. However, none of them say anything about allowing somebody to go put a weapon, firearm, into their car, whether it's in a glove box or not. We don't have that authority. It would be contrary to state law. So we don't have that authority, nor have we written about it. I don't see any circumstances under which that could occur. Now, let me state for the record, I am not the school board's lawyer or the school district's lawyer, but I can read the policy. And if Mr. Barnes or somebody, or Chris Ward for that matter, want to speak to this issue, I'd be more than happy to hear that. The other thing, and this is closely related, when we're talking about the type of protocol that some of you are asking for, about specifically what we do step by step if there's a weapon seen, I think that there is some general language in these policies that speaks to it, and I can read that to you in just one moment. But what's important, I think, is that we continue to recognize and respect boundaries between administrative matters and policy matters. We should not involve ourselves in administrative matters, and the example of these protocols is clearly one of those that is purely administrative and we should stay out of. Can we encourage that our staff take a look at this? Sure, we can do that. But, you know, as far as offering our lay opinions about the process, that's for people like Chris Ward and other professionals to consider and to do. And there are a number of things that have been talked about this evening that are not board matters, but are administrative matters. And I think we, you know, I've spoken to this so many times, but I think we need to be cognizant, aware of those matters. You know, if Chris Ward, in connection with understanding his role to provide safety and security for our students, believes that he needs this or that or new technology, whatever it might be, he can come and ask for it, and it would likely be something that might have to come to the board. And we have a role there. But, you know, I think we need to stay in our lanes. I hate that expression, but I think there's some truth to it. And we need to all allow people who have the responsibility and are trained and experienced and professional in that to do their jobs and without our interference. And then finally, I just wanted to mention to both you and James, who spoke to this, we ought not be talking about being the mama, because fathers are equally involved. And the term that I use, because it's something I learned in high school in Latin class, but also it's a term in law, and that is in loco parentis. The school, in many ways, serves in the place of the parent and has those kinds of responsibilities all day long whenever we're dealing with students. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment. I literally was speaking about my own child, though. So.
Yes.
I know you were. I know that.
Okay. Board Member Cole.
Thank you, Madam President. In the spirit of what my colleague next to me just stated, I want to encourage the superintendent and that structure under you responsible for safety and security of our district, safety and security of our district, safety and security. I'm not being facetious. I'm really saying that so folks here, we talk a great deal about the safety side of things and safety for our children and our staff, but little do we talk about the security side of that. And the security side of that, in my mind, involves a lot of what you guys seem to be doing in certain ways right now. Intelligence gathering, cross-communication, cross-silo dialogue around, you know, what occurrences are happening, where trends are, et cetera, and then coming to us and talking to us about safety conditions that involve our socio-emotional structures, security that involve everything that we approve for cost of cameras to affording more safety and security staff into our facilities. But what I want to challenge this administration to do is think bigger. Think bigger. We have, I don't know how many school shootings I've sat through and listened to and seen on the news elsewhere in the country and in the world in my tenure alone as a school board member here in the city of Columbus, serving this kind of role. I don't know how many. It's been way too many, what I can say. With that in mind, now it says to us that because we see this national, global, local even in some respects trend, how then do we prepare ourselves on the security side to think more robustly about how we build capacity in that space? What about counterintelligence? Not just intelligence, What about counterintelligence? How do we even think about as an institution how to disrupt certain things? The minute that kid come into the building, maybe there's opportunity to disrupt certain aspects of technology that maybe aren't accessible here. I don't know. But to me, the counterintelligence side is a way where we could think more robustly. Now, in the spirit again of what my brother colleague next to me just mentioned, how does that align to us? Why is that even germane? I think it's germane because now it is one of those guiding factors that helps us think from a policy level how we empower those structures, and more importantly, how we embed them moving forward. So that now you got a framework for administrative guideline. You got a framework for how to design protocol around what we have designed robustly to keep our kids safe and secure. If I'm making any sense. I just, I think very entrepreneurially about things. I am a very seize the moment type of person. And if there's anything that these trends of violence or threats have shown me and shown us, quite honestly, is that now there's a different side of this that we can actually grow space and capacity into. So we're not just a bunch of guys and gals with wands and uniforms and talking to the kids and hi, Mr. Crabtree. Now we're something different. Now we're something different that creates some greater surety around the safety and security of our institution. I think another one of those ways, and this is, again, something that I saw that I was very impressed with. I visited that TAPS program. I saw those kids graduate out of Mifflin Middle, and the relationships that they genuinely had with those police officers, those men and women in uniform. I was really amazed by it. And I thought that type of structure, particularly being in the middle school, to Ms. Beckerly's comments, the middle school and the elementary school space, or maybe it was you, Madam President, I think it might have been you, seeing where we can leverage that type of program. So, and then again, how we, from our level of this, think about how we help embed that so that superintendents, administrations moving forward have an infrastructure in place policy-wise, have a budget alignment that they can trace back to how we actually afforded such things. Now all of this stuff is in place. More importantly, as we are thinking about our work for facilities master planning, this is absolutely germane. It is. Mm-hmm. So now's the time for us to dream big, to dream up, to dream up. If we were still doing that rise up, get up, stand up, shut up program, whatever it was, but
I don't think we ever said shut up.
I'm sorry.
We never just
I'm being facetious. But either way, all I'm saying is I think that there's a way to incorporate this specifically in our bigger planning around FMP and all of these other systems that we're designing that, again, reinstill confidence, reestablish relationship, and make sense, make greater sense of our partnerships in Greater Columbus. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Pierce for our final speaker on this topic.
Thank you so much. So we've done some research, and I wanted to clarify with Eric's comment back to me. Our Policy Governance Committee did discuss concealed weapons on December 8th, 2017. It was keyed up by a legislative law that dealt with concealed carry weapons. Mm-hmm. And we had the conversation because it was important to understand if we were going to specify where concealed carry weapons would be able to be on our property, given that we were zero tolerance at the time, or if we would just allow the state statute to determine where we would keep concealed carry weapons. So one, I want to make sure that publicly we go back, and again, that I'm certain that Eric is certain and understands we had that conversation, and I remember us having that conversation, and we have the date. I want to again call us as a board, specifically the Policy Governance Committee. What are we called now?
GPAC,
GPAC
Governance and Policy.
Committee, the Governance and Policy Committee, to go back, look at our policies, look at the state law, and determine what we are going to do in regards to how concealed carry weapons can be on our property, if they can be on our property, what are the regulations for that? Because again, I don't want to put our safety and security in a position that if state law says it just has to be locked up in the glove compartment, that they're telling parents you can't lock it up in your glove compartment, you can't leave it. We have to give that same similar message because there are plenty of parents and caregivers that know the law. So I want us to be accurate and to be in proper alignment with either state law or else we have a strong policy, as Board Member Cole has stated, to direct what happens with confiscated adams.
Mr. Ward, did you have a comment?
President Adair, as it relates to the concealed carry law. Now, I am not an attorney, nor do I play one. But I will say what I do share with staff, anytime I do a training, whether it's active shooter training, whether I'm just talking about security practices throughout the district, I let staff know weapons are not permitted on school property. They're not permitted in your glove compartment because what we've had staff cars stolen or broken into. And the last thing we want to do is start having guns in glove compartments. And now everyone is starting to bring these weapons legally, but now there is a negative effect as a result, and someone can get hurt. So again, what I've instructed my security staff to do, and we've had visitors come up to our security staff and ask, I'm a concealed carry weapon. I know I can't bring my gun into the game or the event. Can I put it in my car? What we tell them is you cannot have a weapon on Columbus City School property. What you do with that, we're not giving advice or telling them where to put it, but they can't be on school property, period. And I would just suggest, until we find out which way we want to go with this, I would strongly suggest that we continue to inform staff, guests, and visitors that weapons are not permitted on school property.
Again, I think it's important for the Policy Governance Committee to ensure that we have an accurate policy that indicates our policy towards weapons. We can say something like we're doing right now, but we need the policy. And legally, we also need to make sure that we're following state guidelines as well. So this points to a huge discrepancy within our policy as a board.
If I could just briefly address.
Well, I mean, I think that the policy committee
Policy,
look at it. Yes?
yeah.
Just look at it.
A couple things with respect to
Because the law might
policy
change
chair, and
anyway.
I'll be brief. One, I do believe that our current policy has no gap and that it is accurate and proper and does exactly what Chris Ward said it does. Weapons are not permitted on school property, period. And I think that's how it's being enforced and should be. And I think that our policy covers that. Secondly, if we're going to take a look at this, I would wait until the General Assembly, in their stupidity, continues to talk about carrying concealed weapons, because they may open this all wide up. They might even prevent schools from prohibiting
Don't
guns,
give them
which
ideas.
would be awful.
Don't give them ideas.
This is
Give them ideas. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so board members, we are going to do the FMP update. I'm going to ask you to move the consent agenda up in a minute. get that done. We are going to take a short recess, and then we will come back and do monitoring. So that is my current plan. I will ask you to officially do that after we do FMP, but that is what I'm thinking at the moment, because we are running a lot later than I think we thought. But good discussion. We needed to have it. All right, so 7.7 is the FMP update. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dixon, and I think Robin is with us
Yes.
from Leggett.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Chris.
As the board asked that the FMP becomes a regular item, so I have Dr. James and will facilitate a conversation around just providing rather an update on where we are with the FMP.
Right, and board president, dear board members, we had a facility master plan committee meeting this week, and Robin Randall from Leggett is here to provide a quick update. Thank you.
Hello, President Adair and board members. Thank you for the time to share the update. We had an excellent meeting last night with 7 of the members of the FMP committee and discussed what next steps will be. They are discussing the structure of the recommendations and then the advice that they would like to provide for the board and future steps and parking lot issues. We also have put together a slide that shows the timeline, suggested timeline for the FMP process. As you know, the engagement has been continues to be live on the website. And we have engaged EMC Research, Molly O'Shaughnessy and her team, to proceed with a survey and brainstormed ideas around the survey and have started that process. And they're connecting with Scott and his team. And then in June, the master plan document, that 6 months to summarize and complete the report, will be presented to you. Then in November 2022, should you choose as a board to go to the ballot, that is the time schedule that has been discussed. And then August 2026 would be the first new building to potentially open as you move forward with the process. And then we are, it is a 20-year program, so the total master plan completion is out there in 2042. Immediate next steps are the Facilities Master Plan Committee will make a recommendation to the Board of Education and the next 3 to 6 months to summarize and complete the report. The next committee meeting is being scheduled on the week of January 10th. We're going to be doing a doodle poll to make sure that we will get maximum attendance at that meeting. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Robin. Yes, we have a few questions. Board Member Beckerly.
Okay. You said that the committee met and it has 7 members. Was that supposed to be the whole committee, or is the 7 members a working group?
It was a scheduled, it was a scheduled FMP committee meeting, and we had 7 attend, and we think that's due to the holiday time being, because that was yesterday.
So that was supposed to be all of the committee chairs, the ambassadors, the area superintendents, and the student ambassadors, or the family ambassadors and the student ambassadors from our 6 regions, and we just had 7 people? I just want to make sure that's the right, is that the same committee we're talking about? Okay.
Can you clarify the members of the committee? It's my understanding it is the 2 co-chairs and the student representative.
Okay.
So it's
yeah, I'm getting a
per
nod. I'm
region.
wrong. Okay, it's not everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But more than 7.
But more than 7. Okay. I was just, and really, I sounded more adversarial than I was trying to sound. What I was trying to figure out if maybe there was a working group that was of 7 people that was separate from the committee, but it was the same committee. The next question I have is, what is the scope of work or have you decided yet that you're asking EMC to do? And maybe, you know what, I don't even want, I'm not asking a question. I am just going to say that, again, we need to have some measure of satisfaction that we have. I know you've heard me say this before, but just for repetition's sake. We for sure have meaningful input from teachers, students, principals, and classified staff. I would love for it to expand to other categories of stakeholders, but I just know that, you know, that's probably expensive and a heavy lift. But and I guess maybe the other thing I want to say is I'm really glad you're taking that step, because that's critical to our ability to be comfortable with the plan. So thank you for that. And I guess the last thing is, is this time frame still achievable? The 3 to 6 months. Okay, good. We're not in danger of losing that because we have to do this extra step.
Stan?
And this is the first time I've seen this, and I just, something caught my attention. I guess in a nutshell, does this timeline take into consideration the steps the board has to take in terms of adopting legislation to, in essence, place the issue on the ballot? There are several preliminary issues. When you say, I see on here, if I read this right, master plan approved June of 2022. You're gonna need to adopt some at least a resolution in June at that same time about declaring the necessity to levy a tax, and then we have to make application in July because of debt limitations. So I just want to make sure that you're well aware that there's going to be a lot of discussion. Like I need a number, and I need the number before June in order to figure out what that legislation is going to say and how, because after this the question becomes how much is ours, how much is OFCC's, and you are going to want to have a discussion about how you finance this. And I don't think that all can happen at the same time in June. I just throw that out as a caveat.
So the way that's absolutely right, and correct me if I'm wrong. So June would be that's not when the board is actually getting the recommendation, right? We're gonna get the recommendation before that, which is not actually depicted here, because there's no way we can do all that in one meeting anyway. We're gonna want to have lots of discussion, maybe do another simulation ourselves about what it from the recommendation. So maybe we can, I think this is okay for like public consumption, but maybe we can, to your point, for us, so that we know like our benchmarking timelines internally that we have to hit in order to get that.
Because if I may, we're beginning to layer some pieces together. Last FMP, ABCD, EFG. Well, the last Finance and Appropriations Committee, I began the discussion around planning, assessing, operating levy. In January, we'll continue that. Dr. James is going to overlay some issues about the PI levy potential request and life cycle replacement. Capital needs funded differently, different types of capital needs. And then soon thereafter, we need to layer in FMP funding discussions. So then ultimately you've got this full palette of the kind of need we have for funding, whether it's operating, ongoing capital, or this FMP long-term capital needs. So that's kind of the time frame I've always had in my head. I want to make sure that I'm not way off base in terms of when those discussions can be had. So I just thrown that out as a reminder.
Good check there, Stan.
Aren't we looking at March? I thought we had a March there as the time for the plan to be completed, and then March to June was when we did all the stuff that Stan's talking about.
Exactly.
We
You will see detail earlier.
Yeah,
Yes.
we do have to
June
talk to OFCC.
is the final action.
When do we have to talk to OFCC?
We actually have a meeting with them tomorrow, President Adair and board
there you
members.
go.
We're also waiting on the enrollment projection because it's funded on a per student basis. And so those are some things that we need to work through. And then from the facility master plan committee, the bigger committee, you know, we need to get some of the broader ideas of what we expect buildings to, you know, in terms of size and grade banding. I know Kira's gone, but the curriculum folks are working through some programming pieces. You know, we passed a policy tonight about career tech, you know, potentially having some conversations with, you know, Ford Next Generation Learning and others about how we can retool, and then looking at, you know, a first segment, because this will be, it won't, when a master plan is approved, it is going to be segmented. So we really need to do more work about what that first segment will look like and getting that, you know, funded. And I think we can get all that accomplished, but it will be a lot of heavy lifting.
Remember Ragland?
No.
Oh, you got it. That was
Yes, he answered. Thank
answered
you.
the question.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks.
Just one quick thing. I think that the segmenting is important because, you know, we're in this ever-changing environment, so we're going to have to keep revisiting it along the way. So I'm glad to hear you say that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Yes, thanks,
you.
Robin. Happy
Have a
holidays.
good evening.
Bye-bye.
Board, if there's no objections, we're going to go ahead and take item 8, which is our consent agenda, and go ahead and do that, and then come back to item 7.8. I don't hear any objections, so that is
To approve.
that's what we'll do. So our consent agenda this evening is item 9.1 to 23.7. Are there any items a board member would like to remove from the consent agenda for separate vote? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussions on any items in the consent agenda?
I do have a
Dr.
question.
Pierce?
With 15.2, how is our return on investment? How many drivers have we hired through this marketing strategy?
So item 15.2, authority to continue purchasing multimedia marketing services for CDL bus driver recruitment from Wright Media Group and Croson Logistics.
We can bring that back, but we think it's around 40. Oh,
If you give me, I'll pull it up. Give me 1 minute, please.
oh, thank you.
I apologize.
He's still in his office. Yeah.
Okay, year to date. Looking at his document, I apologize to Board Member President Adair, Dr. Pierce. Year to date, we've boarded a total of 64 drivers that made it through the process. Interview-wise, we've interviewed over 538 applicants that went through the process. 106 are trainees. We had 387 that through the process, somewhere did not make it through the process. But before making through with 64, so we are getting people to apply. It's a matter of making through the process. We've been using other strategies, working with our adult education, also doing training to prepare drivers for CDLs, as well as our transportation team is doing training sessions as well in off hours.
So just to clarify, from this one contract with this marketing firm, we've identified 538 are interviewed or invited, I guess, 538 drivers from this one contract.
Well, it's part of the marketing process, and Croson and Wright Group is part of that whole marketing process.
And we've had 64 make it through the process.
Yeah, 64 have made it through the process. We have 26 is in training still. We have 75 currently in the process of becoming trainees. We have 364 that somewhere in the process did not make it through the process for whatever the reason. They may not have come back and then pass the background on many different things.
So just some quick math. So it looks like, just in basic numbers, we're not getting a high return on what we're spending. Is there a way that they can, this is the discussion, is there a way that they can do something that is more innovative, that is more aggressive to ensure that we're converting on this contract?
Do you have a comment towards that, or did Dr. Dickens, did you want to respond? So both of you put your hands up.
Yeah, I do have a comment towards that. I think my comment, I'm not sure if there are different approaches based on what is happening nationally, and I think the important part of what Mr. Odom has articulated is that we've had some folks drop off because of the background check. For us, if you go through the process of getting a CDL, you have varying options, particularly right now. You could drive a truck with no restrictions on your background and make far more money than what we could pay. And then, there's some other things that you have options to do. And so I think the key in that is that we did have people who were interested, maybe targeting those that might have local interests. Like, I don't want to go out of town or something like that. That might be an area that Dr. Pierce maybe, trying to get us to narrow our focus. But we are definitely in a highly competitive environment. And for a lot of folks that I have talked to specifically about going after this opportunity, the background check is serving as a barrier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also, don't forget, Board, that we also brought to you that we will provide classes through our adult ed. So when we're thinking about how do we get more people, we are offering those classes. I'll have that data for you, the number of people who've earned their CDLs and the number of people who are taking courses. But we have a lot of interest, a number of people in that taking those courses now, a number who have gone from that program to employment with the district. So when we think about innovative ways, that was one that we identified early on. Use what we have, and that's our adult educational courses. Encourage parents, guardians, other people in the community who we know who may want a career with driving a bus and be employed with the organization. And then we even talked about providing scholarships. I don't know if you remember that we talked about, if we can provide scholarships for those and waive some of those fees. Cool. Because remember we were talking about the barriers, and some was they go through the courses and then they had to pay all these fees in order to get their licensure. So I think that we have been innovative. Could we do more outreach? Absolutely. But I think to your point, we're competing with other districts who in some sense may be paying more, but we even increased our hourly rate. So and we even talked about getting students. We explored that and we saw that there was a barrier. I think that has now, there's been some relief to that. I think they've changed the age, and I'm not sure that changed the age of, I think it'd be 18 years old now. Eric, do you remember? To drive.
It's been awful.
18 years old that you can.
Get a CDL.
Yeah, to get your CDLs.
That's scary as hell.
Yeah, so I know there's a lot.
Well, there's certain 18-year-olds that would be good at it.
Yeah, but I think but to your points, we saw the need not just with Columbus City Schools across the country. So we're trying to figure out some ways. But I think when we think about those who are marketing that, can we find some ways to strengthen that and to think outside our normal protocols and getting into other areas that we may not be advertising in.
I think there's always room and space for expanding our footprint and letting people know. And I think you guys have been out talking about this too, and talking about getting more people to become transportation drivers. And then lastly, I met with Urban League, Stephanie Hightower, and because they have a strategy. And I asked her to say, and she committed to if she didn't find, some of her people didn't find employment right away, that she will suggest that they come work for us until they found employment. So I think keep it, and get those ideas to us, and we will look for continued ways to strengthen and expand our strategies.
Okay, so I saw Beckerly, Reyes, Pierce, Cole.
Okay, I think though that we're talking about the bang for the buck for this particular contract. And I am I'm going to give away my spendthrift tendencies here because I'm not bothered by this at all. And the reason is we are in a severe crisis where we needed to have like all hands on deck. So if we, and I am glad that we used some marketing services and we, and I think we had to expect to have to spend money maybe, in a way that in normal circumstances wouldn't be acceptable because it was too much money for too little. But we were so desperate for drivers that I think it was a smart decision. So I'm not bothered by the bang for the buck, although I understand when you do the math, it seems like it's a lot of money for not a lot of drivers.
Agreed.
But I think it was the right thing to do, and it probably continues to be the right thing to do because we're going to have to be patching it together. And you just mentioned a lot of other patches that make sense.
Reyes?
So as a former recruiter, this is actually a very good rate of return. $69,000 for 80.
Yes.
It says here, their aggressive campaign has generated 80 Class B CDL drivers since the beginning of the school year. The rate of return, if you're saying that the marketing, if you're making that correlation, it actually is a very good rate of return. I probably would have been fired because I probably could not have hit 80 people. And obviously there's a lot behind that. But contracts that I've seen for recruitment efforts, I mean, that's one employee's full-time salary. So I don't see, if you correlate it in that way, it makes sense to me.
Okay. Pierce?
So happy it makes sense to you, but here's, I think, the point of all of this. If at the beginning of the school year, I recalled we had around 30 or 40 just on our own marketing efforts. And I'm hearing us say 64 have made it through the process. So it is worth us having the conversation around should dollars be focused on the background check, the process versus the marketing. I'm not quite sure that we weren't doing, I think the motivation for us, saying can we hire more people because we were in a pandemic, because there was a driver shortage, because we weren't getting enough people, right? As we come around that corner, understanding all the transportation issues that there are, is there an opportunity for us to shift those resources where we see the disconnect and the gap happening? And so if we have 538 that are going into interviewing, 106 that are then going into training, and 64 that are coming out of the process, that's 12%, 11.89. So again, my reasoning and rationale for the conversation is, do we need to rethink when it comes to our transportation strategy outside of just the marketing, but how do we convert and get people into the driver's seats?
Cole?
He's got he wanted to respond.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're up on the screen. Did you want to respond, Mr. Olam?
Yes, just for clarity. So the 64 is those who made it through training. There's still 20 plus that's still in training. But that's the first half. The marketing is to get people to the interview, to get them to the door. We are looking at the backside of it, as Dr. Dixon stated. We are looking at doing training classes. We're partnering with adult education And also, not only that, of those 530 or of those 364 who failed to complete or to attain a permit through the process, we're reaching back out to those individuals as well to try to get them back into the class to see what was the why that they fell out of the class. Many times it could be, along the way, there's many different tests you have to take for the CDL. And along the way, there's a fee that's associated with that. So we're looking at strategies on how we can improve that as well to get more those individuals through the process as well. So it's a holistic approach we're trying to approach it, opposed just the front end.
Excellent, thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Madam President. First question is how many drivers total do we have? So when we include that 64 drivers, how many drivers do we have total?
Right now, active drivers, I think we're at 558. Give me a minute to pull that up as well. Got a lot of numbers to memorize.
We're at 500 what?
I want to say it's 558 that's active. We have about 30 drivers that's on leave of absence.
Okay. Okay, so to that comment, right, and to what many of us already know, I think our greatest area of focus is on the management side of ensuring, the fidelity, if you will, to the job. That's as gingerly as I can state it. There needs to be a fidelity to the job. And to me, that is our area of weakness. If I'm swatting us, if I'm strength, weakness, opportunity threatening us, right, giving that SWOT analysis, the weakness side is internally. Where are we on the management side, solving that issue, number one. So thank you for that number. Let's keep the good work up. The other one is you mentioned somebody mentioned, I don't know if it was you, Board Member Ragland, or if it was yourself, Mr. Oldham, who mentioned the background check being a barrier because other companies, other places, don't necessarily need that. I just wanted to make sure we still have that as a non-negotiable. Is that correct? Okay. It's no brainer, but sometimes folks watching, you understand? Sometimes it's just not understood, but that's a non-negotiable for us. But I thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
The Board Member, if I can add, background check is one factor, but also you got to keep in mind with a CDL, there's other required testing that's required from drug testing to many other tests.
Oh, we're good. We're good. The point is that these are non-negotiables.
Correct.
That's the only point I'm making. These are non-negotiable. You're driving children. Right. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Olam. Are there any other items on the consent agenda a board member would like to discuss? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
With the exception of 12.2, which I'm abstaining, yes.
And Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion carried.
Thank you so much. Board members, we are going to go ahead and take a short recess before coming back to address item 7.8, which is our board monitoring practice. We will take a recess for 10 minutes. Come back at 9:18. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lucky's is open until midnight.
Okay.
Otherwise, when we get out of here, we might be able to call ahead and say, hey.
Hey everyone, we're coming back from our recess. Please find your seats.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and do item 7.8, which is to practice board monitoring. Hi AJ.
Is he here?
He is.
Oh,
Good
good.
evening.
Oh, I hear him.
He's gonna yell at us for being late. Okay. So AJ, I'm just supposed to turn it over to you to get us started, I guess.
So actually, this evening we'll switch it up a little bit. So we've had previous practice where I have effectively chaired the conversation just to get things rolling. But this evening, I actually want to switch it back and hand it back to you, Madam Chair, to go ahead and guide the conversation. And what I will do is provide support to you in real time. So the two things to do is first is to go through the monitoring process with the sample monitoring report that your administration has provided you. And then once you've completed that, the second step is that we'll take a moment to evaluate the quality of the monitoring just as a way as finishing the process of harvesting the learning. And so there's one primary document that we're reflecting on this evening, and that is the monitoring report that your staff has provided you. Do you all have a copy of that at your ready?
Yes, everyone has it at their seat, printed for you.
Excellent. Then what I would encourage you to do is start by verifying. Do you also have a copy of the progress monitoring guide?
We sure do. It's laminated and in our board folders, AJ. That's how serious we take this.
Excellent, excellent. Then what I would encourage you to do is to start where it says before monitoring, and I would simply ask your colleagues if all 4 questions are addressed in the monitoring report. They'll take a moment and they'll either say, yes, I can find all 4 of these items, or no, I can't. Once you've confirmed that those 4 items are either present or not present, then I'd open up the floor for questions that are really looking backwards, try to understand how did we get here? What is all the information we can glean from the data in the monitoring report that gives us some insight into how our students are performing and what adult behaviors led us to the point that we're in right now. Later on, we'll add into that the opportunity to engage prospectively, to really look forward at the time and to try to inquire about what's going to happen next. But if anybody jumps the gun and tries to go for that before we're ready to make that transition, as board chair, it'll be your task to invite them to hold that question and that you'll come back to them. So those are the things we'll do. Step 1, check in with your colleagues to ensure that this monitoring report is actually ready for the board's consideration, that it actually has those 4 items. Step 2 is open the floor for inquiry that's backward facing. Step 3 is open the floor for inquiry that's forward facing. That's the how questions, not just the who, what, why questions. And then step 4, I'll jump back in and guide us through the evaluation of the monitoring. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. How long should we think about doing this exercise this evening, AJ?
I will keep track of the time, and if things get slow, I'll keep them moving, or if we've come to the point of actually really harvesting the necessary amount of learning, then I'll call it quits. Normally these things don't take more than 90 minutes, but we'll see. You all have been verbose so far this evening. Perhaps you'll be more economical at this point, but let's hope not.
You said 90 minutes and everybody was like, what?
No way.
Okay. Let's just do a really good job, everybody.
Okay.
Get to the point of the data, ask really good questions so AJ lets us go. Okay. All right. So before we begin, board members, does this report clearly show what is being monitored? Dr. Pierce,
No.
do you want to say why?
So please clarify, are we monitoring Go 2 or Go 3? based upon my understanding, goal 3 is close opportunity gap. Goal 2 is develop portrait-ready graduates.
Oh, it should say goal 3.
Should say goal 3.
Oh, actually, I think that was something weird about how they did get renumbered.
Yeah.
Because there was some alignment when you did your interim goals, something got misaligned. So she's correct. That should actually say goal 3. Okay. But we know it's goal 3, so she caught it. All right. Number 2, does it clearly show data for the 3 previous reporting periods, preferably on a line graph? And does it clearly show the current reporting period? Does it clearly show the target reporting period's annual targets and deadline target? I'm seeing yeses. Board members shaking heads. Okay. Number 3.
To the first one.
Oh, hold on.
Yes to the, thank you, Madam President. Yes to the first in terms of the previous years.
Mm-hmm.
No to what the
Current reporting period.
that current reporting period was asking for. Or what you said something.
Okay, sorry. I went too fast. I should have done them one at a time. So yes to the 3 previous.
Yes, thumbs up.
Does it clearly show the current reporting period?
Thumbs up.
Okay. And does it clearly show the target reporting periods, so annual
No.
targets and deadline targets? There's a no on that last
No,
one.
not that I see.
So it doesn't remind us of our targets.
Well, I think in the line graph, it does
In the
show
line graph,
target.
yes.
In the line graph is shown, but when you go to the disaggregated graduation rates, it's not carried over.
But yes, on page 1.
Okay, so we could improve on that in the last one, maybe make that more clear. Number 3, does it clearly show the superintendent's evaluation of performance of this goal? Board member Beckerly is saying yes, there's a heading, superintendent evaluation and performance, right there.
Implementation not on track.
Okay. Did you read it? Do you feel like that is sufficient?
Yeah, although I did have a comment that far off track, not slightly off track, on track, exceeding targets, that we should have a spectrum. Okay. But I think it does satisfy the question.
Okay. And the last one, which is a series of 2 questions. Does it clearly show supporting documentation that evidences the superintendent's evaluation? Yes. There's evidence supporting the superintendent's evaluation. Yes. And if the district is not on target or the superintendent's evaluation indicates implementation not on track, which she does the monitoring report clearly describe any next steps needed? Yes. Okay. So we've identified all 4, so we can go ahead and monitor, do the monitoring on this. We have found areas where we can improve. I think we're good to go. All right, board members. So we are going to ask the superintendent our who, what, why questions. We are going to save how. And I'm going to ask you again, as we did in our last practice session, because I am learning along with you. If you feel like I am not letting a question through that you should be, just take a note. No need to fight about it right now. Just take a note. We'll discuss it in our post-evaluation. Any of you, even if it's someone else's question. And then we can all learn. The goal is that each of you will take one of these goals and you will be the keeper of the session and you will do what I'm doing for the goal you're assigned or guardrail. Okay? Got it? All right. Who would like to begin? Our who, what, why questions to the superintendent about the report she has provided. Board member Beckerly.
I'd have a quick who question. When you look at the disaggregated data, I think it would be helpful, and obviously you can't answer this now, but just to have actual raw numbers. Because, for example, the American Indian or Alaskan Natives, we probably have very few of those. So I think it would help to know not only percentages, but also the absolute raw numbers.
Is that a recommendation or a question?
It was not really a question.
Okay. Can you provide?
Why is
Oh.
there not? You can just.
Okay.
Right.
Why,
All right, well, then we'll get rid of it.
Think
then.
Jeopardy.
remember this question is
All right, you think about that. We're gonna go to Dr. Pierce.
Well, if I could just help, Board Member Becker.
Help me, please.
That is one of the things that we agreed upon when we did some of our earlier monitoring sessions, that raw data would be added. And so that data is no longer here. We're just getting percentages.
Okay. They'll fix that.
Okay, I could have said, why is it?
Yeah.
Everybody's tired.
And then just note what we usually happen to is through this session, and I'm not mistaken, that since we provide this information earlier, you send a note back to me and say, hey, we have this data, raw data is not included, and we will have that information before the monitoring session. That corrected before the monitoring session.
Dr. Pierce.
So my question, I have three, and we can round robin it. What is currently happening with our students with WEPs? They're missing in regards to the narrative around our student population. So if you look at page 2, it says additionally students with IEPs and ELL support. I see from the data presented in the disaggregated graduation rates that we're seeing a decline with our students that are gifted. So why are they missing from the narrative? What's happening with them?
I'm sorry, Dr. Pierce, what page are you on again? I'm sorry. Page 2 of
Page 23. I'm sorry, page 3.
Oh, page 3. Okay.
2 and 3.
2 and 3. And which students are you?
Gifted.
So,
Down at the very bottom.
yes, our gifted students, I'm seeing that when we look at the disaggregated graduation rates, we're seeing a drop with them because there's some fluctuation. But then when we look up at the narrative, I see that our students with IEPs and ELL support have had interventions. What's happening with our students, with our gifted students?
Okay, thank you. I think this relates to us not having, at the time, strategies or supports for all of our gifted students in high school. So we have students that are identified gifted, and we have supports that are push-in supports that are provided for our students. And so we have to increase that to make sure that all of our students that are identified as gifted have that support once they're identified until they finish school. So we just have to ensure that that additional support is there. Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, why is there such a significant decline regarding our homeless students? They're exhibiting more than a 10-point drop.
Yeah, the homeless student, from this year's data,
yes,
2020. So a lot of this, the drop that we're seeing is pandemic related, and making sure that we provided the supports for our students because we were not in school full time. So some of our students, we had to push in access to our students. We took supports to them. A lot of our students just didn't have a lot of those supports in the shelters, and those students that were living in shelters, let me clarify. And we had to make some efforts to make sure that we provided those supports in the shelters for those students, especially because remember our students were just in cohorts. So our students were either coming to school Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday and Fridays. And Wednesdays, we had to find creative ways to provide supports for them in the shelters to those that were living in the shelters. So we believe that that dip is pandemic related because we were not able to give a continuity of supports to our homeless students.
So as it relates to these groups that I focused on thus far, one, we see that there's a gap between our student populations. Particularly, I want to stay with our homeless students. What else do we need to know about their unique circumstances that can help us tackle this decrease that we're seeing?
Oh, that's a great question. One is where are our students residing? So if our homeless students are just residing in shelters, or if our students are homeless with maybe another trusted adult, maybe they're placed in another home, and then making sure that those students have all the supports that they need, even if they're transitioning temporarily, making sure we have that continuity of support. We did not do our best job at that last year because we were not sure where some of our students were. We understood that the pandemic caused more students, we believe, to be displaced because families, as we know, were displaced out of their homes. There was a lot that was happening in our city, in our country, and we were not able to capture where our students were, many of our students, to provide that ongoing support. So moving forward, we are making sure that our homeless strategy has additional people that are working to make sure we're locating students, finding out what they need, getting that ongoing support. They are part of, we also have moved them to student services. So now they're working under the student services strategy, again, making sure that we are aligning their supports to the overall supports that we're giving to our students from the student services lens.
And then my last and final question really focuses on Power On strategy. This is a great strategy. It has a lot of potential. So the question is, who's getting most from the Power strategy? Who's getting the most from the Power On strategy?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. So our Power On strategy is a new initiative that we have.
So I'm not sure.
Oh, go ahead.
She's talking about future work, AJ.
The future, yeah.
I kind of, when she started saying Power On, I knew that was a future. It wouldn't have impacted this data. It's future work.
Going forward.
It's going forward. So that should be a pause question right now for the next section, even though she phrased it correctly with a who, what, or why. It really is a how, I think.
I think it can be a how, and so just offline, I've discussed this strategy with the superintendent. Because it is in this particular monitoring port, I think it's important that we do put it in the parking lot. Accountability is important. Understanding who the strategy is helping, how we're paying teachers, what attendance is being taken with students.
Yeah. And that's part of it.
Wait.
Okay.
That's okay, it's just how.
But yeah, that's all okay, but it's just in the next
That's the
section,
next section.
because it wouldn't have impacted any data we have right here. This is how we plan to correct for future, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So pause
Hold
that.
that question.
Pause it. That will be in the how section. Talk about somebody write that Power On strategy in the how.
In the how.
I mean, yeah, we've had the conversation, so that was just my reminder to her. That
Okay.
was
All right. Do you have any other questions?
no, that was my fourth and final question.
All right. Thank you. Who else has questions?
I can try it.
Okay. Ramona's gonna try.
So earlier there was a question about a drop in a percentage. What percentage drop? What percentage, if it drops, garners an intervention? Triggers an intervention. So does it trigger it at, it dropped at 1%, at 2%, at 3%? I mean, what is that? What is that number? Am I still on the who, what? Yeah. What is that number that that you all are using that says, oh, now stop the process, I've got to act?
Right. So if I'm understanding your question, what percentage of the overall graduation rate
No.
drops for?
So like, for
particular
example,
group?
the
Okay.
gifted, 90,
Okay.
2019, 2020, 95.8. 2020, 2021, 94.9. Is that an all hands on deck? Is that a, now I'm gonna change interventions? So what, as we look at data, what is that percentage drop that we should be, as a board, saying, oh, we needed to pay attention because the administration should be doing something? Because I would make an assumption that if you're looking, because this is a lot of people, 46,000 students, are you gonna shift
The resources.
because of a 1% drop versus a 5% drop?
Right.
Based on student population.
So Dr. Dixon, when you answer the question, you can answer the part about currently.
Right.
What would be in this data that made you choose interventions?
Right.
The second part of her question, if you think that's a great idea or you're
Right,
doing
right.
something for the future, that's a how.
Right. So based on this data, we don't have the raw numbers to say what was our start. So how many people are actually, how many students that we're actually talking about. So looking at this data, so if we go to emerging bilingual students, so if we see that we have maybe 50% of our students or 75% of our students not doing well, that would cause us to pause. But looking at this data, I don't believe we had that that percentage identified. To answer that part, moving forward, I'm sorry.
So wait, so you're saying that if the number that's there is at 50%, that causes us
No.
to,
I'm saying that looking at this data and not having the raw numbers here, I don't know what we would have used to make that determination.
okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what we would have used to cause a pause to say we need a different strategy.
Right, so if 5% of 10,000 students, that's gonna be more urgent than 5% of 2 students.
Well, since we're looking
For
at
example.
graduation rates, right? So we're looking at graduation numbers.
Yeah, I'm just pulling the,
Right,
I'm just
so I
pulling,
think-
whether it's graduate, I'm just pulling the.
Let me jump in right quick, Madam Chair. First and foremost, your last 2 catches were disturbingly competent. That you caught the forward-looking question Pierce offered. I think that was a pretty easy catch, but this one that you just caught was a much harder one. And so just bravo on that. Now, that being said, the way this conversation is going, if anybody else is noticing it feels kind of stagnant and it's not clear what's happening here, it's because what's taking place is think of 3 different categories of questions. Questions that are strategic in nature, that are looking at the big picture. What are the big picture approaches to problem solving that we're engaged in? The second is tactical questions. What are the small specific steps involved in trying to resolve something? And then the third is technical questions. What are kind of obscure understandings of a technical matter, usually around how things are measured or specifics of a contract, things of that nature. So part of the reason it feels like things are stalling out is because you've actually had a good run of some pretty strategic level questions, but then Ramona, what you tossed in here was one question that had the capacity to really be strategic. Hey, Madam Superintendent, when do you think, like when you look at this data, when do your alarm bells go off? When you were watching this, when did you look at this and start thinking, okay, we need to reallocate resources? I think that's a really great question that gets at kind of what's the strategic thinking of your superintendent. But now the question that you're pushing into is not going to bear you any fruit in this particular setting. It's really straddling the line between being technical and tactical and technical. Okay, what is the exact percentage of the data, what exact number of students when this happens? We've left the realm of strategic inquiry at that point. And so, Madam Chair, what I would encourage you to do at that moment is, in the same way that you're doing a great job of moderating, hey, are we still in a learning mode of understanding what happened? Or have we stepped into a prescriptive mode of trying to describe what needs to happen next? In the same way that you're doing a great job of discerning between those two, and keeping your board on track. Now let's add to that this additional layer of facilitation where you're thinking, is this a strategic level question, or have we gotten into the tactical, or even lower than that into the technical? And when that happens, the thing that you did earlier is a great technique. Invite the superintendent to add that data, the technical response or the tactical response, to add that data into her next regular update to the board, and then move on to the next question of trying to get back to a strategic conversation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ramona, do you have any other questions?
So maybe you can help me ask this question, and maybe it's gonna go to the how. But and the reason I asked that question was because she highlighted, based on our last conversation, the ESL students, right? But this time, you highlighted that you felt somebody felt that individual connections and supports were the reason why they did better.
Yes.
And you reiterated that throughout that. So I'm like, based on what? And why was that the only, I guess, intervention or reason why the ESL students did better? And now we're implementing it.
So the question could be then, Madam President, what were the factors that, based on the data, what were the contributing factors to their success?
Yeah. No, but she highlights it here.
That's a great help.
Okay.
Are you
But
trying
she
to ask
highlighted
her
it here.
if that was
She says here.
Right.
She says here, individual connections and support was what someone said is what worked, and therefore that's why her strategy is this other stuff that she's putting on here. The next time, to that end, we're increasing engagement and both. So that, maybe it's that.
Well, can we deconstruct then? What are you trying to learn from
I don't know where
that question? What are you trying to learn?
Well, there's one strategy based on only the ESL result is the way I see it.
You mean one strategy for entire student population?
Yeah.
One.
If you read it the way that it's flowing, that's what it sounds like to me. See, they found out in ESL that connection and support worked. Therefore, now to that end, now we're doing the Power On plan, the focus planning, the paper tutoring. At least the way it's written.
Okay.
That's the way it sounds like to me. So that's telling me you used one subgroup one approach, and we shifted to a solution-based strategy for all students.
Have these factors contributed to the success of other students? I see
Or
the
why-
data.
why
It
was
looks
it
like you
selected
identified it here. Have these
why,
been contributed?
why do we believe that this solution for bilingual students would be effective for all the rest of our students?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good.
team,
Right.
for helping me.
And this specific strategy was targeted in this specific year because of the pandemic. So we wanted to do a more targeted individual outreach of our seniors because they were in cohorts. They were not with us 5 days a week in a traditional manner. So we decided that a targeted student by student approach would be best so that we ensure that majority of our seniors graduated. So that was tutoring.
That could have been written different.
It could have been written
Well-
different in our narrative. Is it? Oh.
Help me out.
So to follow up on that then, if that strategy worked and we saw success with the bilingual, why did we not see it in the other groups?
We weren't using it. Yeah. The ESL team was using it. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do that.
Well, but that's, she just said it was chosen for the rest of the cohorts.
Yeah.
Right. So what we did was our seniors. Remember, we noticed that our seniors were not doing well because they were not in school. So we decided to create a targeted approach to ensure that our seniors had all the safety nets they needed. So it was individual tutoring, it was phone calls, it was that individual outreach to all of our students to ensure that they were graduating. For our emergent bilingual students, we found that we needed even more targeted approach. So we enlisted the help of our EL office to say what other community supports that we needed for that population of students that maybe some of our other populations did not need. So it was really the need of the population during the pandemic, the reason we had that more targeted approach for those students.
I get
Get it? Okay. So to your point, the way it's written, it looks like that same
backwards.
approach was, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Right, you can see it because really it was that was the strategy for all students, and then
Right.
you realized the bilingual needed
We're doing it
more.
More, exactly.
Well, because it
But
says
you
the
said they were
department went
doing it
above and
better,
beyond.
actually.
Yep, and we talked
They
about
went
it, we
above and
increased it.
beyond.
Yeah,
Yeah, so they were doing it
And
well.
so that
Yes.
was the distinguishing factor.
Yeah.
But then your question is still, what makes you, why do we think?
She
that's-
answered it, but
Oh, okay.
the
I
way
didn't
it's
hear the
written,
answer.
it's
I didn't hear an answer, though.
she answered it.
You didn't hear the answer to the question of what's the
Why do we think it's gonna work for everybody else?
Oh, that was
We believe that it worked for everyone else doing this year because we were individualizing the supports for all of our students.
No, my question doesn't work now because it's I understood it backwards.
Yeah.
Like I thought that she was saying, based on what Ramona was saying, that the strategy was first implemented with the bilingual students, and then because we saw it working, she moved it to all the students. But that's not what happened. It was all the students.
Correct.
She saw that the bilingual students needed more, and then added additional. So my question doesn't work. Other than it could be, why didn't we then look at other groups and give them additional supports when we saw that that was working? I mean, it would be a different question.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Anybody else want to try? Board Member Brown?
I will try. Turning to table 1, the disaggregated data, just looking at the various groups that are listed here, there are, and looking only at 1920 versus 2021, it looks as though there are 2 groups only that have had increases, that have done better. That would be the Hispanic and the emergent bilingual. Is there something that was done, were they given more attention in some way that would explain that the 2 groups improved some, while the others in varying degrees did not, some by quite a bit?
So we literally just had that conversation.
Yes.
That's the last paragraph.
exactly
on
what we
page
were just
2.
saying.
That's what I was asking
The
about.
ESL department went above and beyond.
They found that the
Okay.
ESO department went above and beyond to make individual connections and support throughout this window.
So it was a good question though in terms of form.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
But
really.
we just had
Wonderful.
we just answered it.
What about as to
We're connected,
Hispanic?
Eric.
Yeah, thanks.
He's like, thanks. whatever."
My other
That's
question-
exactly what I wanted to be.
Yeah, the other question nobody else would ask, and that is there any reason why these reports, this one and I'm sure the others, can't provide definitions for some of the acronyms and other terms, perhaps separately from the document to provide a glossary
Yeah.
that will be useful.
That's just yes.
Right.
That's a side note. That's a good idea.
Okay, agreed.
It's something you'd expect from me, but
Right. All caught.
Okay. Anybody else want to try? Member Beckerly?
Okay. I'm looking at tables 2 and 3. And the question I have is, why are the students who live in regions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 graduating at a higher rate than the students who attend in those regions? And I mean, I think there's a lot to be unpacked there, but that's definitely asking that question. Like that's, raising that question.
Yeah, so ask that question again. Why are the students in regions, why we see a higher attendance for,
If they come from, all right, I thought about this when I wrote it. I'm doing it again. Why are the students who live in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 graduating at a higher rate than the students who attend schools in those regions? So if you look at like Region 1, where they attend, it's 65, but Region 1, where if they live there, they're 68. If you look at Region 2, if they live in Region 2, they're graduating at 78%, but if they attend in Region 2, I got backwards.
yeah, it's backwards.
But yeah, you see there's a pattern there.
So if these are the numbers, the region of attendance, so the students that are attending schools in Region 1, 65%, but the students that may live in Region 1 and maybe go to another school, the graduation rate is higher. So that goes to, attributing that to choice.
That would support choice.
The support choice. So our students are moving, even Region 2, students that live in Region 2, 78%, Region 2 students that going to other schools, you see a higher graduation rate. So,
Wait a second.
I almost think of it as natural selection. Those parents are sending their kids elsewhere.
Yes.
And it has a
But
lot.
that's not a question, board
Yeah.
member.
I'm not allowed to say that.
Right.
Okay,
Commenting
right. Sorry.
right now.
So
I take it back.
right. So we are attributing that to choice. You can even see it in Region 6.
Right.
Region 6 is where we have the majority of our choice schools. And so, especially our high schools is where we have our magnet schools, our career centers. So we are seeing that, and I know that's kind of have given us the opportunity to think about making sure that we have equity around the supports that we're providing our students around all schools, all regions, regardless of where, regardless of where they live, regardless of what schools they're going to, making sure that we have strong supports, equitable supports across each region.
So that becomes the how. Then when we get to the how.
The how, yes.
Right.
Dr. Pierce.
I'm so confused by that. Table 3 is the region where they reside, correct?
Okay, but that's not an appropriate question.
I mean, this
Are you
whole,
just a sidebar, trying to understand the chart?
yeah, I'm trying to understand the response to the last question because it seems like Carol was saying the question right and the way the data was interpreted is incorrect. So I'm trying to clarify. Table 3 refers to the region that the student lives in.
Right.
Table 2 refers to the region that they're graduating from. So the response is not related to choice. Looking at these two, could students do better in the neighborhood in their neighborhood schools? Because looking at these two charts, they're graduating better in the regions that they live in. So Region 1, region of residency, is 68.0. Region of attendance is 65.5. So I'm confused.
So that was my question.
No.
So your two
no,
tables
no,
are
no,
not
no, no.
explained in your narrative.
Yes.
So that's the issue we're having with
Right.
those two tables.
It's the reverse. And so maybe we're not clear in the way we've organized this.
So what in general?
Let
Yes.
me help. So let me help you all. The moment I saw this in the report, I was fairly certain it was going to create this or something worse. And so I think you probably just want to, I don't think this is the data that you would be most beneficial for you to include, but let me check. So, Madam Superintendent, when you and your team sit down and look at graduation data, is the primary way that you group graduation data by region?
No.
How do you, when you and your team are sitting down and thinking through graduation data and where you need to apply more or fewer resources, how do you normally break that out? How do you all normally look at that data?
Right. We normally look at it as a entire district cohort. But what we've recently started doing with the pandemic is start looking at how can we make sure that we have a network of support by regions to provide those safety nets for students by region. But we normally look at this data by the entire senior cohort.
So how would you know, how would you make the decision to send more resources to one particular high school versus another? How do you all currently make that decision?
Right. So we currently make that decision by the number of seniors that we see that are for our senior class that are off track. So the number of seniors that are behind.
Yes.
Correct.
And
right.
so that's the same way I look at data in my own district. Right. That's what I was expecting you to say.
Yes.
That is what I think would have been more productive to have tables around. So
Okay.
when you're thinking about what data to include in a monitoring report,
Okay.
monitoring reports should be a nearly copy and paste reflection of managerial insight. So whatever way you all are thinking about data and using data and prioritizing resources, however you all are thinking about it, my encouragement is just reveal that in the monitoring report. Or said differently, in an ideal scenario, you should never have to come up with any new tables for a monitoring report. You should be able to copy and paste from other documents that already exist that you all have been using for managerial decision making.
Okay.
And so I suspect had you done that, the table would be looking at kind of to what degree are various students, kind of on track for graduation or off track, things like that. And I think that data would have been much more useful for board members to both understand how you're actually engaged in decision making and to help better understand what is the actual level of performance students experiencing. Because these regions, the moment I looked at this, the thing that jumped in my mind is board members will not be able to connect the dots between attendance region, residence region, and what that has to do with why implementation is not on track.
Okay, gotcha.
I find this extremely interesting, though.
Yeah,
like
yes.
this
I
data,
know,
but
I
I think
agree.
it's a how data. I think it's how. I think it's like future. I think you're trying to figure it out, which means it doesn't go in our report yet.
Right. Agree.
Yes.
Okay.
Truth. Because this is equity.
Yes.
This is why you put it in, right?
Yes.
Because we're pushing you to look at things regionally, and we know that because FMP, we're talking about this idea around choice, neighborhood school. Do we want strong schools in every region? So this is good, but it's how data.
It's how data. Okay. Agreed. Thank you.
Yeah, don't lose the thought.
Okay.
It's okay. It's just
Yeah,
not ready for us to. It's not ready for us to digest it yet.
Yeah, so let me butt in here so that we can start to transition. But here's the thing, board members, here's how you know when you're ready to transition. Which, by the way, I'll tell you all, you're clearly not ready to transition yet. But since this is a practice, we'll move on. But here's, board members, how you know that you're ready to transition. So what is the superintendent's current evaluation of performance? What does she say the performance is right now?
Not on track.
Not on track. That's right.
The implementation is not on track. If somebody walked up on you in the grocery store and said, why is our graduation rate not on track? Do you all feel like you could answer that question with any degree of specificity and accuracy?
No.
No.
COVID.
And then that's what tells you that you're not ready to transition to talking about how are we going to fix it. If you don't yet understand the superintendent's understanding of the problem, then you're definitely not prepared to evaluate whether
really
you think
helpful.
her decisions about what happens next are relevant and sufficient. And so that is in these conversations how you will know when it's time to transition from looking backward to looking forward. When you all feel like, you know what, if somebody came up and asked me, why are we off track for graduation? I could now explain it to them. that's when you know it's time to transition. Madam Chair, is that responsive to your previous question about when to transition?
Yes. Yes.
So for the sake of practice, I would go ahead and transition now and add in, you can keep asking backward-looking questions, because frankly, if it's me and I'm the board member, I want to know the answer to this question. I want to leave with a real strong sense of why are we off track, which from my listening, none of you should be able to answer that question yet, because I certainly can't. So you could still ask backwards facing questions, but for the sake of practice, feel free to add in future facing, kind of the how oriented questions as well.
Okay, then we can transition to how questions, but you can still ask your who, what, and why questions. We had a couple already on the table. Dr. Pierce had one about the power on strategy. I don't know if you remember that question, Superintendent. You could address that now.
So the power on strategy is that we decided to leverage our ESSER dollars so that our team members can look at specific strategies, if you're a classified staff member or certified staff members, of how we can provide some additional supports for our students. We are monitoring those supports we're monitoring those ideas in which our team members have to provide those strategies to their principal, and they're located in a database, and we're monitoring what they are doing, the number of hours they're utilizing for that specific strategy, and then the outcomes. And we found that because of our students we want our students to be more connected with our staff members, specifically for our graduation class, make sure that they have another level of support to get them through the senior year.
That's what the power on strategy is.
Yeah.
Dr. Pierce, what was your question about it?
So, yes, my question relates to specifically how is the power on strategy? The question is, who's it helping the most? It kind of aligns with, I think, a question that Board Member Reyes asked earlier. If we don't know the trigger point or the target point at which we determine students need intervention, how can we then come up with these monitoring ideas, the number of hours and the outcomes for helping student populations, student groups that are not on track?
Right. So
how do we know it's targeted to the right students, and how do we know it's working?
Right. So the way we know that we are meeting with we're meeting with our guidance counselor, we're meeting with our teachers, and we're looking at where our students' needs are. How are students performing right now? What do they need in targeting that support? Remember, we talked about these ESSER dollars should be targeted to closing those gaps. So that is moving forward. What do our students need? What are those safety nets? Do they need additional counseling? Do they need someone to help them with maybe applications or whatever our students need? Those teachers or that supportive adult should be able to provide that additional support for them. And that's just not for this conversation, it's our seniors, but that's for students in the entire district, because all our staff members can receive up to 250 hours.
And then how do we know it's working?
And how do we know it's working is one of the things that that's still evolving, is making sure that we're tracking, having that conversation should be aligned to our building level strategies, because these are it should not be that our staff members are doing something independent of the school level action plan. And so that monitoring piece, how do we know it should be happening? It should be ongoing dialogue and looking at that data based on that individual need of those students that our teachers are working with. And again, it's something new that we are trying. And so some of those kinks moving forward, that we don't have things outlined as best as possible, right? So we still have some work to do, but we wanted to provide those supports for our teachers, to provide those supports for our students. So it's still ongoing.
Dr. Pierce?
This is a really futuristic question, but hopefully Dr. Brown can get us there. How can we correlate the outcomes that we see with Power One to specific data that you're going to give us in these monitoring reports?
So he's not here, but I'm not sure if these, this is for practice sessions, so maybe, we will still strengthen and look at how we're going to, what data points that we're going to be monitoring, bringing back. But for this practice session, we just wanted you to know here are some things that we are utilizing across the district for all of our students, and that for this conversation, I wanted you to know that this strategy is also targeted to assisting our seniors. So we still have some more work to do, Dr. Pierce, but this is a journey, and we're getting there. We're learning together, and once we have those specific things outlined, we will have those ready for board review.
So I'm just getting a headache, and it's not to do with, it's probably just this is being a long meeting, and I probably need a Tylenol. So don't let my headache or the look of it deter you or distract you from this great presentation of responses that you're giving us. And I think the other challenge that's probably making my hair throb more, AJ, is that in the monitoring of the who, what, why, and how question, it really limits how to state the very obvious. And the obvious is, if we want to see growth, what kind of data or presentation can show that growth? What is going to show us the correlation between Power On and student outcomes?
Yeah, well, she shouldn't put that in the report. If that, I'm sorry, Dr. Dixon, that last response was terrible, because you basically said, I want to tell you this strategy, but I can't tell you why I'm putting the strategy in and how it's helping me tell you how it meets graduation. Now, I know you know that, because why else? But you didn't articulate that. That's not what you told us. Right. So I get it. Breast isn't here and whatever, but.
Well, no.
But you got it, President. That's exactly, thank you.
Right?
It's got to be in here.
So there's a reason you put it in here, and there's a reason you created the strategy. You're telling us by putting it in here, it correlates somehow to graduation rates, but you were unable to articulate it.
Right. So let me start again.
Okay.
So here you.
I love you though. So
I know. No.
Mean,
this is a practice.
We have to get
right.
You put it in here for a reason, right?
Right.
So
the Power On strategy is a specific strategy that allows staff to utilize a targeted approach to assisting our students. Right. Our teachers, our classified staff, our certified staff can choose a strategy to say that we're going to assist our students after school, Saturday, whatever it is, with this particular strategy. We are going to, the data that we're gathering, then we are going to take that data to utilize to inform us on how well those students were doing. So that data does go into a repository. We are capturing that data, so it's not, and I don't want to misrepresent, that it's something that we're going to have individual staff members just doing some projects that does not have any, that does not inform how well our students are doing. So maybe I misspoke when I said that. They're going to then capture this data and utilize this data to say, well, we know that our seniors, for example, have after-school tutoring on Monday in mathematics, because we know that we have 50 students in school one that our students are not passing a particular course. So now we have a targeted strategy to make sure that our students have additional support to be able to pass that particular class.
So Power One helps to move resources.
Needs
to the
resources,
students in
give
need.
additional safety nets, all of those additional resources our students
Power
need
On, I keep playing
in
Power.
order to move forward to graduate. And it is additional supports on top of what the district already provides for our senior class, because we're adding additional people to provide this support. So we know we have graduation coaches, we have online classes, we have all of that already provided for all of our students in the district. These are additional targeted supports that are provided for our seniors.
Board Member Cole?
Thank you. My question is pretty much germane to what we're talking about right now. How do we align our data to demonstrate how our students are meeting and or exceeding ODE requirements towards graduation? So are there any number of kind of metadata that could be observed that give us a good indication as to how prepared the student is to graduate with honors, graduate as a CTE student who is workforce ready? How are we aligning our data, our goals? How is this Power On aligned to demonstrating how our students are meeting and or exceeding graduation requirements in any given category that Ohio allows a graduate to be designated by diploma?
Okay, I have a pause then. So he's asking about graduation requirements from ODE and how that's tracked. Our goals focus only on track rates. So is his question appropriate? I don't know. I'm asking.
It is about on track rate.
Great. I would say that this strategy for attendance can be applied toward our attendance.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is his question?
Oh, is his question
rating
about?
our goals? Or
I think
his
is it-
question's
it's
important.
outside of the report.
Yeah.
Is it outside of the report?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is it outside of the thing we're monitoring right now? Not that it's not important and we want to talk about it,
Right.
but is this
I think we're just about who's on track for graduation.
right? That's what I'm saying. What she has presented is, I don't know. I'm getting
So,
tired.
Can you?
So I would think that it's a very appropriate question. I think to know what our CTE students need to be on track, I think that's an additional demographic that we need to include in the data. Because for them to be on track for graduation, they have to get certain certifications, they have to get internship hours.
So maybe the question is, why are they not in the data?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Cole.
didn't
That's
even
a,
notice that.
that's,
So-
I didn't even
so
notice they were.
Just let me help y'all try and just understand what I really just tried to do. Okay, I'm just it's 10:18 and But what I really tried to do in that question was ask the how question, right? But at the same time, wag the dog on it. So the way we wag the dog is by saying exactly how do you intend to align all of the things that we're measuring right now to actual ODE requirements? It's a very open question. If we understand what ODE requirements are, then we thus understand that we offer CTE graduates, we offer honors graduates, we offer college prep graduates, right? So if you got 2 years of a foreign language, you qualify for a college preparatory diploma. See what I'm saying?
True, but I'm not sure you needed to be tricky. You could have just asked straight.
It wasn't that I wanted to be tricky.
Why
In
are
fact, it's not really being tricky. If I had just came out and said all of that, I'm guiding you. I think one of our prerequisites is not that I'm guiding you. It's a very open question about how do you intend, given your understanding of what requirements for graduation are, how do you intend to align these things to those requirements that thus demonstrate readiness for graduation?
AJ?
If I'm off, I'll own it. I'll wear
No,
the
it's
t-shirt.
fine. If he's on, then he's on. I'm not sure.
No, it's absolutely a recommendation and an assumption wrapped in an inquiry. So it's assuming.
Okay. Okay.
At this hour.
Oh, no,
Okay.
so it's funny. I was taking notes and I literally wrote down. Adair caught that Cole asked a question that was clearly outside the scope of monitoring, but she didn't catch that he was basically making a recommendation. So that's in the notes that I was typing up. And so that's the thing is the question makes a very central assumption. And so instead of making the assumption, I would ask the question that your inquiry assumes rather than making an assumption. Because the moment you treat it like a foregone conclusion, then what you're really doing is giving a recommendation to the superintendent, this is what you should be doing.
Is it what is the foregone conclusion? What is the base assumption that I'm making as you interpret it?
Around
You interpreted it
what
in that
action she should be taking.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, so yes, there are multiple here. One is why in my notes I identified it outside the scope of monitoring is because I'm not clear that the data you're referencing is in any way correlated to the goal that's been adopted.
I was thinking we should put in the goal.
And so by surfacing it, you're making the assumption that it is, but what it actually feels like is that you're making the assertion that that should be the path that she uses to accomplish the objective. And I'm not clear that that's the case. So another way to approach it is just to ask straight up, what, what role does, CTE education play, in our graduation rates, and not asking in terms of what's the state requirement, because that's not one of the things that you all said you care about, but in terms of the actual graduation.
We didn't structure the goal.
I got you. Thank you.
So do you want to ask her that?
But you can say no.
I know what I can say. Thank you very kindly. I know what I can say. Thank you very kindly. What role does any given indicator of diploma, final diploma, landing on the diploma, how does this play into the data?
That wasn't quite, but okay.
So that is incredibly broad. Do you have a?
Your question was about how does CTE impact the graduation rate?
Yeah.
How does?
So is it
Go ahead.
students who are in CTE? How are they reflected in this data?
And what's their graduation?
Right. So to answer your
Thank you. Thank
Is
you
that
for that
what
help,
you were
team.
trying to get
Yeah.
to?
Thank you for that help, team.
Right.
Yeah.
To answer your question, we need to put that data here. We need to pull that out to show the number of CTE students in the programs, the number that have the industry credentials. I did not provide that, did not call that out. But to your point, it is important that our students that are in the career tech programs, that we are monitoring where they are and monitoring their progress, because their industry credentials is very important. But the way that this report is written, I did not include that, just pull that out.
Well, hold on.
Does it go here, though?
I'm not clear that it is important relative
What-
to this particular monitoring
Yeah,
report.
does it go here?
Well, if we're looking at our overall go ahead.
Well, so I'm not opining on the importance of CTE. That's not what this is.
Right.
I'm saying I'm not clear that there is a correlation between a student taking a CTE course and completion of state and district graduation requirements. And so I can tell you what's true.
Yes,
in my
there
state.
is. There's a tremendous correlation between the two.
Well, and so that's what I'm saying. I can tell you what's true in my state. That simply
unless she
taking
hasn't
a
shown us
single
that.
CTE
Right,
course,
right.
there isn't. But students completing a coherent sequence of CTE courses, there are. And so, it's not the case that just I took one CTE course, so that means I'm dramatically more likely to graduate. I'm saying that's what's true in my state. So I don't know if that data holds in yours or not. But again, I wouldn't make the assumption that it does. And Madam Superintendent, if you know that there's a strong correlation, then you can assert that it does. But if you don't know that there's whether or not there's a strong correlation, then I wouldn't accept the assumption of the question.
Okay.
I would just simply say, you know what, that's a reasonable question.
Yeah,
We'll
look
grab
at
the
it.
data and put it in a Friday packet.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
That actually kind of could also go to these weird
The
charts
read-
on the back.
Yeah. And to the point where we were trying to do, and did not do a very good job of it, I admit that. Instead of, to AJ's point, showing the whole, the graduation cohort, we was trying to divide it up to kind of show that we may need supports in other areas, but we shouldn't have done that. So it was, it was to show that we are questioning our practice when it comes to where our students, where we align the supports, do we need to align supports regionally, in a regional manner, where are our students going, do we have, so we were using other inferences to guide this report, but to your point, how do we normally look at senior data? And this is not the normal way that we normally look at it. So we're going to improve that. That won't be, we will not, we can talk about it and as far as these cohorts and the regions when they live and where they live, et cetera. But this is, to your point, not the way that we normally look at senior data. But we still have to draw, I think, some correlation to where we need additional supports that we see. So, for example, we still need to draw where we need to provide some additional supports for our seniors based on, for example, we talk about our homeless students, right? So we see that there are more homeless students in one area. Do we need to provide some additional supports, et cetera? Yeah.
So Teresa, I'd be interested in I like the way you're thinking, because Carol and I were sitting over here, it's like, I think there's tables you're gonna provide to us that you use to say, oh, okay, I'm paying attention to the background of the students. I'm paying attention to where they live. But the data that I would think that you're gonna show us is, based on all of this, we've determined that X amount need this intervention, X amount. I think there's an intervention strategy, and then there's a what we saw strategy.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's where you're going. So that'd be interesting for me to see what you come up with.
Right, and I think what we were trying to do, what I was trying to do, is to kind of show it, present the data through this regional model, because that's how the district is currently, we have this regional strategy. But this is not the best way, because it's not the best way. I agree.
But Talisa, it could be.
Well, I think it's the best way.
Could be.
I think it's the way to talk about it, but I think the way we're displaying it, I think maybe display it reverse in the whole and pull pieces out as questions come. Then that way we're looking at it as a entire cohort of students, and then trying to figure out of that entire cohort, where do we need to regionally apply some different
Because
strategies.
you found disparity, or you found something you're trying to
exactly.
address.
Right,
I don't think you're off
But
target.
you can find a regional issue.
Oh, exactly.
And that's how
yes,
regional
yes.
superintendents lose their jobs.
Right.
So let's just be honest.
Hold on, Dr. Pierce had her hand up first.
So I think I might need help with this question. How can our monitoring reports effectively show that our guardrails are also being met?
I think we talked about this before, AJ, about how the goals and guardrails.
You're correct. We've discussed this multiple times.
I didn't hear the
We're not
question.
supposed to. We have to talk about them separately. Isn't that what you said?
If the superintendent sees a very strong correlation between implementation of one of your guardrails and accomplishment of one of your goals, and that is so strong that she feels like that should be included in the other data, then fabulous. But if she doesn't see that, then no, she shouldn't include it just for inclusion's sake. Keep in mind that the monitoring reports are intended to be accessible to your community members. And so for that reason, to Brown's point earlier, they should be written in very accessible language, not a bunch of acronyms, but it also is why they're limited to 1 to 5 pages. So there's never going to be a scenario where you can, cram everything that would be interesting to have. So the superintendent's got to focus on what are the things that have the most meaning and relevance according to the superintendent. And so if she thinks that your MTSS work is the strongest factor in predicting graduation rates, then that should definitely be in here. But I suspect it's probably not. And so that makes sense to me why it's not present.
But as we've had this conversation, and I think two of my colleagues pointed out that it was great for tables 2 and 3 to try to get at that equity piece. So as we've had this conversation, it seems like there is a strong correlation between aligning resources equitably. And so I think it's not
how we're on strategy.
Yeah, not that we want to see more data, but maybe that the narrative can speak to how the goals and guardrails are intersecting, how the goals and guardrails are correlating with one another. So not necessarily.
But the problem with that is tables 2 and 3 don't actually answer that question either.
No, but she was getting there. So we're giving her kudos. I took an aspirin. I'm here for you, Doc. So we're giving her kudos that she was getting there. And so I'm just trying to hit the home run for you, that can we include it in the narrative as opposed to trying to figure out a data point or a chart to show us. Just give us the narrative as to here's how the resources align.
And again, if it fits, then that makes perfect sense. But if in the superintendent's judgment that's not a perfect fit, then she should not try to ram the square peg into the round hole.
Okay.
And I would say too, just as a reminder, as we're shifting to this way of reporting and getting the board what they need, just kind of listening to the who, what, when, the data sets, and making sure that we have that right and have that narrative connected to what we know the data points that we can provide for you is very important to us as we get to this monitoring. Great. I don't want us to come back and we're missing some points. We can't explain it because you see it one way and we're seeing it another way, and because that's not. That doesn't bode for a fruitful conversation. And I think about this whole attendance piece and a regional piece. So to your point about the guardrails, Dr. Pierce, I agree that there may be some intersect at some point, but I don't want us to have tension between that we've not lifted a guardrail, we've not got to a point of full implementation on something that could intersect with the goal, and then that cause some tension too because we've not done that. So I think to AJ's point, we can talk about where that intersection is and those pieces that we think is important as we move forward with this new learning, as we're learning to do this better and learning what questions to ask, what data to bring, and what's very important as we connect the portrait of the graduate to our strategic priorities and making sure all of these things that we've been talking about are connected and providing that narrative that's going to, as AJ stated and someone else stated, if you're in a grocery store, you can answer those questions. And then the way I've outlined this, I've outlined this tonight in this practice session with data from last year, did not do a good job of that tonight. But there's a lot of takeaways from this that I think that we can, that I'll make sure that we have in others. And there's one particular takeaway is to bring you the cohort as a whole. I think seeing it as a whole and then do some other tables provide that for you, but I think bringing it as a whole is one of the biggest takeaways that I have tonight, and making sure we're looking at those other groups. Seniors, what about those seniors that are in IB programs and AP programs, CTE programs, making sure that we have that data too to monitor how well they're doing. So we're looking at the senior class, not only graduating, who has those, honor seals, those credentials, all of that is a part of the narrative, and making sure that we bring that moving forward.
Yeah, and the thing that you want the monitoring report to reveal is what is it that we know that gives us the best understanding of to what degree are students meeting the community's vision, the goals, and where that's not happening, what is the best information we have around why it's not happening and what we plan to do about it. And so whatever that data is, wherever that inquiry leads, that's the data should be here. So for example, if data about IB students doesn't actually tell you anything, then I'd leave it out. If data about CTE students tells you everything, then I definitely put it in. But I would follow wherever the data trail leads you, not simply where I wouldn't list things that are popular or interesting. I'd list things that are directly informative into to what extent are students meeting the goals, and where that's not happening, what do we know about why they're not, and what do we plan to do about it? With that said, Madam Chair, I feel like we've harvested a decent amount of learning. I'd encourage to go to the last step in our monitoring agenda, which is self-evaluation. And so board members, if you would, grab your apparently laminated document and join me in identifying for each of the domains of monitoring, were you ineffective, approaching effectiveness, effective, or highly effective. So take a moment to self-evaluate. And I generally encourage people start at the left, and if you pass that box, then move to the right. And if you pass that box, move to the right, then move to the right. That's how you want to do this. So take a moment, starting with preparation. Identify as a board ineffective. And if it wasn't, then was it approaching? And if it was that, then was it effective? And if it was that, was it highly effective? How did the board do on preparation? And so, Madam Chair, when did this sample monitoring report go out?
Friday.
Madam Superintendent, how many questions did you receive about this sample monitoring report?
I received questions from board member Beckerly. I think it was 2 pages. Was it 2 pages?
A bunch of questions.
About, like 2 pages of questions.
Okay. So board members, how would you score yourself on preparation?
Approaching.
Why do you say approaching?
For me, I believe that there are some board members that have read some of the report and given it some thought, but I know that's not universal, and I'm one of those that did not spend much time.
Yeah, my encouragement to you all as board members, make your time in the board meeting count. And the way you do that is roughly a third of the questions that you all asked would have been just as easily asked in advance, so that you'd come in here having already known the basic things. So for example, why don't we have a legend that tells us what not on track for implementation means? Things, why aren't these things spelled out into what this acronym means? So those sort of things, get those type of questions out in advance, so that way you don't have to spend any time on them. I would join you all in the assertion that the board is probably approaching effective monitoring, and encourage you to get maybe not all the way like Beckerly, but somewhat like Beckerly. Submit some questions in advance. How are we doing? How did you evaluate yourself? Go ahead and take a look at data and opinions. How would you evaluate the board on data and opinions?
Effective.
Board Member Cole said effective.
Say approaching.
Why effective?
I thought that we had, in our dialogue, we had, and I was one of the people who looked at this. But I think that I think that we had engaging conversation around the data. In fact, so engaging that and thoughtful that we were able to kind of help the superintendent unfurl ways in which she can better illuminate this information to us, how she can better illustrate this information to us. So to me, I thought the conversation and our command of information that opened up new doors of inquiry for us and for an understanding for the superintendent mutually. I think that showed some effectiveness.
I would strongly agree with what you described there, that when monitoring work is done well, it brings new understanding to the table, not only for board members, but challenges superintendents to think about some of the data in new ways sometimes. And so absolutely agree that that is a beneficial and valuable thing to have happen during the monitoring. Anyone else? How did you evaluate the board for data independence?
I would agree with that. It's effective.
Yes. The only reason, however, that I would agree with effective is because you have a highly effective board chair who cut off some conversations. Had that not happened, I think you all might have gone down some paths that would have led to more opining and less direct inquiry. And so particularly because you all will at some point be in the hot seat of having to facilitate these conversations, I literally encourage you to go back and replay the video on this meeting when you get a chance and notice the different ways that your board chair really spared you all from going down paths that weren't useful. She caught when Brown asked the exact same question that had been asked before. She caught when Reyes asked a question that was slightly out of scope. She caught when Pierce asked questions that were future focused. She caught when Cole asked questions that were outside of the scope of monitoring. Go back and pay attention to that so that you can make those exact same catches when it's your turn to facilitate these conversations. But because those were caught, I would join you at effective monitoring. Let's go to questions and statements. How did you evaluate the board for questions and statements?
Approaching. I'll use myself as that example.
Hey, folks, that is leadership right there. Yes, I love it, love it, love it. When a leader says, you know what, this is an area that I'm growing in, and when we make it safe for leaders to have honest conversations about personal growth here at the dais, we create a culture in the district where it's safe for teachers and students to have honest conversations about growth. Like, this is where monitoring is a cultural transformation device. And so, Brother Cole, I just love you for that entire statement. Anyone else? How did you evaluate yourself for questions and statements? Anyone have anything different? I would join you in that same one. Let's go to past and future. How did you rate the board for past and future?
I think we were close. I wasn't monitoring the time, and you cut us off on the first part. So technically, AJ.
No, yeah. So this is another area. Again, the board left to its own devices. This would have been a bloodbath. But thanks to the intrepid ears of your board chair, again, she pulled the board kind of back from the brink and redirected really well on that. And so I put this down as effective. But again, had all the questions been asked as intended, you all would have plunged back into ineffective very quickly. But because of effective facilitation, you all stayed at effective monitoring on this one.
But
so again,
let's not ignore, though, that there were substantive questions that were directed towards past. And
yes,
we have a stellar president, no doubt about that, no question. But she also has a team of folks who are engaged in trying to help her re-steer as well. So we do want to say, AJ, it is a team effort.
No, the questions looking to the past were spot on. That was solid.
You
I'm
want them to
saying
be
what would
more.
have cost you on this one was the questions that were future focused, and that's where she saved you all from going down that path prematurely. No. I was not aspersions on the other questions. The other questions were solid. I thought it was a great conversation. And that finally takes us to progress monitoring and project management. How did somebody we haven't heard from yet, how did you evaluate the board on progress monitoring and project management?
I feel as though we're approaching.
Why
agree.
approaching?
I agree.
I think I heard Brown. I don't think I've heard from you yet in this. Brown, you said you agree. Why do you agree?
I think that just reading the description of approaching, that it fits clearly what we did. There was a conversation where it was a blend. Yes, board members offered advice. Yes, there were some programs discussed, and understanding performance was also discussed, but we didn't get beyond that.
Yeah, so when you add it all up for this particular session, the board is kind of straddling the line between approaching effectiveness and effectiveness. Again, one thing that I would encourage in terms of your own edification is to go back and replay the video on this particular monitoring session just to see what things that you can catch and what things you can hone and sharpen for next time. Remember that the ideal scenario is that you all are spending half of your time in your board time each month, so potentially half of this board meeting, really digging into what is the reality for our students in terms of their learning. What do we know about that, and what is our superintendent going to do about that? The idea is that you're spending half of your time there so that you're really making sure that everyone in the organization is clear what the main thing in this district is. In that regard, I think you all, once again, are just really on a great path, and I'm excited to see when you all make the transition from board meetings that are what we saw for the rest of the board meeting, which was a lot of conversation about adult inputs. I'm really excited about when you have all these pieces in place so you can make the switch from having conversations that are about adult inputs to conversations that are intensely focused on improving student outcomes. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you so much, AJ. Ramona has a question before you go.
So AJ, so one of the questions I asked when we started going down this process is, how do we know that the superintendent's interpretation of how we want to see the goal or guardrail is the appropriate? Basically, what we just did over 2 simulations of this data. So if we can't ask all these questions, these play roles, and we're not going to get to where we're getting right now with each of the goals. I guess that's the interpretation part, right? What's her interpretation of the data that gets us to what we feel the interpretation of the goal is? Are we doing that for all of these, or are we? Because otherwise, she's going to be presenting data, and we're going to be sitting there going, "What?"
Yeah, so the conversation you had this evening, you'll be having this conversation for every interim goal that exists for each of your goals. Like for each interim goal, you'll probably grab them one at a time and sometimes 2 at a time and do a deep dive, 60, 90, 120, 180 minutes, just really deep diving into what is everything there is to know about this. As it relates to the superintendent's interpretation, what that really is simultaneously a way for you to understand what is the performance of your students, what's the performance of the district, but it also, if for some reason it turns out to be inaccurate, that gives you some insight into the capacity of your administrative team. So for example, if the trend line on all of these for all of the groups that were displayed tonight in terms of graduation, if the trend line for all of those was that they had all declined by 10 points each, every single one of them. And then you ask the superintendent, what's your interpretation? He says, you know what, we're right on track. Things are going great. That is really helpful information to you as a board member. What does that, so Ramona, if that was the case, what does that inform you that you might want to do?
Get a new superintendent.
Yeah, you want to get a simple superintendent who actually knows what either she doesn't understand what reality is, or she's not conveying it accurately. Like, those are the two most likely scenarios in that situation. And in either one of those, best bet is to get a different superintendent. And so that's step one of why the interpretation is valuable to you. Step two of why the interpretation is valuable is because, again, it gives you some sense of trajectory. Are we at least moving in the right direction? Yes. I don't expect on these particular indicators for every single group to be at 95% next time you look at this. That to me would be absurd, and I'd assume that there were data irregularities. What is reasonable to expect is that she has put forth a series of strategies that she's asserted to you all as strategies that are going to move the needle on this. And guess what? The next time you do a monitoring report on this topic, you get to figure out, has she accurately identified what is missing for students and put something in place to address it? Has she effectively created an organization that is actually executing on that? Or is that not the case? And the great thing as a board is that once you know these things, then you know what the performance of your superintendent is and what your next choice is. If the superintendent is successfully giving you accurate information and moving the needle forward, then that's a superintendent you keep. If the superintendent is giving you bad information or the needle is not moving forward, it's going backwards, and that's a superintendent you get rid of. It becomes pretty simple. What you don't do is you don't base it on anything other than that. It's not a matter of, do I like the superintendent or do I dislike the superintendent? Do I agree with the superintendent's strategies? Do I disagree? Do people in the community like her or not like her? Teachers Union, Parent Association, the milkman, the mayor, do they like her or dislike her? None of that is the basis on which you're evaluating the effectiveness of your superintendent. You're evaluating her first and foremost, above all else, on can she get it done for children? And this information, these monitoring reports, they help give you insight into that.
And the second part is what we did, and I guess I'm trying just to relate into what I've had in practice in the past. So then after the superintendent would present whether she met or did not meet, or in some sense exceeded, we would vote to accept the report as presented. Is that a practice within this? Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. If you felt like the information you received was accurate, if you have some reason to believe it's not, that should have come up in the monitoring conversation. But if you have reason to believe that the data presented to you is accurate, the interpretation is reasonable, and her response to the data, is appropriate, then yeah, I'd absolutely move to accept the report. And remember when you're doing so, that this is a formative evaluation of the superintendent. And so if she's providing accurate information, it's not a matter of is it the data that we want it to be? No, of course it's not the data you want it to be. You want things to be much better for children already, but that's not what you're basing it on. You're basing your acceptance or non-acceptance on, is this accurate? Did she provide us accurate data? And is she provide a reasonable interpretation of that data? And does she provide an appropriate response to that data? What are the next steps? If it is this severe of a situation, has she provided this severe, of a response? If it's only this severe of a situation, has she provided only this severe of a response? If the answer to those is yes, then you'd absolutely proceed with approval.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, AJ, as always. We look forward to continuing to work on this. Good job, everyone. Good practice. Bye, AJ. Okay, everyone, so we do not have public comment. We have no executive session. But before we adjourn, it is Board Member Ragland's last meeting. And how fitting, Board Member Ragland, we gave you one that was extremely long and full of wonderful information, and you participated up to the very last minute.
Yes.
And so I wanted to say, we wanted to say thank you, and we had a reception for you before the meeting, but we wanted to give you a small token from the board, and just to commemorate your time with us. It is a little glass apple. So it is a little glass apple that has your years of service. I have a box for you, and we have a card. But we all said very nice things already to you, about you, and you can tell the public that we did. And so I'll let you say a few. I'll let you say a few words before we adjourn.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I had this long, elaborate speech prepared. I printed the thing off and it was about 30 pages, so I just threw it in the fire. You're welcome.
Thank you.
But
yes.
I've enjoyed this very thoroughly. You all know me, and we had a really good event earlier today. You allowed my family to come and celebrate with us, and I have just had a blast with all of this. I do not apologize again for who I am and for what I've said and what I've done. I'm very proud of this board. It was really good to see the level of growth, the interaction between you all and the superintendent, the way that she has managed to develop this team that is charged with moving our children forward. It really does give me a lot of confidence that you all are headed in the right direction. I am extremely honored to have been a part of all of the planning, all of the things that we have done together. Talisa, I have just a lot of faith in you that you are on the right path. You have the leadership here that is going to help guide you. I want to continue to be an asset to all of you, as you would need me to be. Like I said before, there are probably some things that I would rather say that you all cannot say. Please allow me to do that. And even if you don't allow me to do it, you know I'm going to say it anyhow. So, we are putting children first here. That is what this entire exercise around monitoring was about. And I know that the district is in great, great hands with all of you here. I've enjoyed this thoroughly, honored to have been a part of it, honored to have been a part of this team. Each of you individually holds a very special place in my heart that is still in this room, and many of you who are watching and have been watching today. This has been a great, great experience for me. And I'm just excited about seeing what is next for Columbus City Schools. I am a resident, and so I will be watching very closely as you engage in what we know are to be some very important decisions that you're going to be making over the next couple of months. But I know that internally I've been a part of helping to get you to where you are. And so that gives me confidence to speak with confidence to those who I still have some influence over about where you all are headed and how you got there. And that is very, very important. Again, I want to encourage you, please make a relationship with our children. It's very important to me, my mentorship side, even though both of my children have graduated from this district, and I owe a lot to a lot of administrators and teachers and custodians and bus drivers for helping not just me, but my children get through this district. It is important that you reach out and make a relationship with young people here, especially those that may not belong to you through blood kin. That's very important. Make sure that you do get inside our buildings. that was some of the best times that I have had over the last couple of years, even though we were out for a lot of it. But before and after the shutdown, those were some of the greatest experiences that I will always treasure here in my life, is going in, seeing our kids, letting them come up and run into you and hug you and give you high fives and fist bumps. That is what serving on a school board is about. It's not just about what we do around this table, but we are impacting lives. And I was honored to be able to do that. I'm going to continue to do that. And I thank you all for everything that you've poured into me during this entire time. I love this here. I've got a nice place for it right inside my home. I will need the box.
They will give you.
But no, my number has not changed, will not change. I am always open to good coffee and conversation. But thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you, each of you, for everything that you've done for me my entire time that I've been here. I really do appreciate it and love you. Thanks a lot.
Member Ragland, will you offer our motion to close the meeting?
Oh,
There's a quote. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? There's a second.
There's a second.
Second.
Okay. Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you so much.
All righty.